Pagi Pak Heri. Pagi Pak Heri. Pak Heri.
Selamat pagi Pak Ayub.
Tidak dengar.
Selamat pagi Pak Ayub.
Tidak dengar.
Selamat pagi Pak Ayub.
Sebentar.
Pak Insan, selamat pagi Pak Insan.
Oke, selamat pagi.
Oh ya.
Assalamualaikum.
Suaranya terdengar ya Pak Insan?
Pak Heri jelas, Pak Ayub jelas.
Ya.
Pak Ayub jelas, Pak Heri jelas.
Oh iya, terima kasih Pak Insan.
Oke.
Pak Insan dengar ya? Dengar suara saya ya?
Jelas suaranya.
Ya, alhamdulillah.
Feedback nggak Pak Insan? Feedback tidak?
Tidak feedback. Apa karena kita pakai headset ini mungkin tidak feedback ya?
Oh iya, bisa jadi.
Jelas Pak Heri, jelas suaranya. ABC-nya itu jelas. Pak Ayub juga ABC-nya juga jelas.
YouTube itu ya?
Lama loh suara.
Ya, biasanya yang terlambat itu YouTube.
Suara itu lama, lebih cepat cahaya. Makanya ada apa? Petir.
Pak Ayub pun lepas headset pun Pak Ayub dengar kok. Lepas headset pun Pak Ayub suaranya dengar kok.
Dengar ya Pak Insan?
Suara tanpa headset pun juga pas waktu ngomong tuh jelas.
Oh ya, alhamdulillah.
Berarti bagus, headsetnya bagus aja kok.
Oh iya.
Suaranya.
Berarti saya menggoda Mbak Sinta kedengeran ya?
Iya. Nah, suara teman-teman di sekitar kampus kedengaran ini. Yang di ruangan ini dengaran.
Mbak Sinta, sudah join belum?
Bagus ini kelihatannya apa video kemudian suaranya ini agak jernih nih hari ini. Bagus.
Iya. Sejernih hati kita, Pak.
Iya, makanya ini kok saya lihat kok mantap gitu untuk hari ini, mudah-mudahan sukses.
Ayo, diomong kemarin. Selamat pagi Bu Juliana, Pak Albert, bisa dengar suara saya? Itu saya kecilkan yang sana supaya nggak masuk suaranya ke sini. Dia nggak pakai headset. Kalau butuh honor kabel, Pak. Sudah. Kapan? Mbak Sinta?
Pak Albert, Bu Juliana,
masih connecting audio.
Masih connecting ya.
Nggih. Assalamualaikum Kak Yamin. Assalamualaikum Pak Yamin. Aku nanti pakai laptop sih, tapi ini juga masuk laptop. Itu nama Wahid ini. Kan ini sudah diganti, Mas. Yang ini ganti, yang bukan yang ini. Sik.
Nah, ini Mas Kiku juga, terusnya ngelok.
Sik. Ya, Mas Wawan sini aja. Aku nggak ngutak-ngutik, tapi orang pada ngelok nggak bisa masuk. Mas Wawan, Pak. Di Paranesis. Jadi kalau melewati Mas Wawan. Dudukin aja bisa kok. Mbak Sinta
Mungkin memasukkan ID mungkin, Mbak.
Ini pada bisa kok. Siapa yang meng-admit nih?
Saya juga belum masuk ya.
Apa, Mas?
Ini di grup IC dulu. Meetingnya udah lock ya, katakan channel YouTube.
Enggak lock. Ini bisa semua masuk gitu.
Lagi. Ini apa? Yang grup peserta.
Ya, triwe sama buku. Pak Dubes aja bisa kok. Pak Aditya nggak bisa masuk? Nggak bisa masuk. Pakai yang bisa terakhir di grup itu kan? Iya. Iya Pak, sudah bisa belum? Sudah ada orang bisa. Pak, saya diraisai. Ada yang bisa enggak?
Yang bisa itu langsung klik itunya, Pak, linknya atau masukkan
manual
berarti ya?
Oh,
berarti masukkan manual. Masukkan manual mungkin Mbak ini.
Coba masuk manual aja coba. Aku ngeliat bilangnya tadi. Coba masuk manual aja. Bisa tak? Ah, ini loh. Nah, pulang ke rumah kan begini loh. Maksudnya saya kembalikan ke Mas Sowan, Mas. Jadi kan yang fakultas hukum berapa, Mas?
Tuh, gue ya rasa mlebu ya.
Mas Sowan,
Yang gambarnya itu Pak, yang gambarnya bilang
gambarnya namanya fakultas hukum. Dua-duanya putih, Mas. Semuanya ada logo UNS-nya. Profilnya sama.
yang ada lingkarannya enggak? Yang ada lingkarannya. Yang ada lingkarannya.
Yang bukan co-host.
Yang bukan co-host. Yang co-host.
Yang co-host.
Yang lingkaran. Tulisannya lingkaran tapi enggak kotak. Enggak ada kotaknya tapi lingkaran.
Semuanya sama nih. Lihat. Terkunci. Ini sudah saya alihkan kembali, Mas.
Terus ya bener saya telat terus lapor ke saya. Apa yang harus saya tanggung? Baru partisipan 38. Karena kelok semua.
Saya dari tadi admit aja saya enggak. Saya ngurusi WA.
Iya makanya kalau yang ini kenapa? Jadi malah udah di situ baru 38 tapi yang masuk udah 30. Nggak bisa. Ayo kok kelok kenapa? Nggak ada waiting room ini.
Ada karena yang di waiting room sudah di admin sama Mas Wawan. Terus Solusinya tak mampu karena beban itu Pak Ayu. Oh iya. Gimana ya? Ini bisa nih. Tapi kenapa Mas? Saya tanya dulu. Kalau yang otomatis kalau jadi kan tadi di all semua. Jadi Zoom mikirnya semua audiens sudah penuh gitu.
Good morning, Mr. Hasib.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you very much.
Yeah. How are you today?
Good, doing good.
Yeah. Yeah. Dear ladies and gentlemen, how are you today?
Fine, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, I'm a master ceremony. The moderator is Mrs. Erna Diakusumawati.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
It doesn't matter. Selamat pagi Pak Aditya.
Good morning, Dr. Muhammad and
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you and would like to listen to your presentation.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice to meet you, so.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Teknan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you join here?
Yes,
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Teknan. Wait a
you're
moment,
welcome.
please.
Thank you.
Good morning, Teknan.
Morning, Prof. How are you?
Fine. What you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Deb. Good morning. Hello.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Ayu. Professor Ayu.
Yeah.
Mrs. Ayu.
Yeah. Could we start? Pak Ayu?
Yes.
Could we
Can.
start this conference?
Okay. Thank you very much. We will start the conference. Oh, sorry.
Assalamualaikum Prof. Ayu.
Waalaikumsalam.
Sehat ya?
Oh iya, Prof. Prof PI, Prof Imam, matur nuwun. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Let me inform you all the terms and conditions for all participants of the International Webinar ICGLO 2020, Law and Economic Challenge in Digital Society, Faculty of Law, Universitas 11 Maret, Saturday, 25 July 2020 at 9 in Western Time of Indonesia until through. First, the participants of International Webinar ICGLO 2020 and the names listed on the conference committee list. Second, the participants are obligated to dress formally during the webinar. Third, the participants who already had the ID and password of webinar link are expected to be joined in the Zoom room 15 minutes in advance to the webinar at the latest. Fourth, the participants will be on muted speaker mode during the webinar. Fifth, the participant will be allowed to speak in order to ask a question to the speaker by the guidance of the moderator. The participant should be typing the question in the Zoom chat room or YouTube live chat in advance so that the moderator can filter and select the question. The moderator will ask the selected participant to ask the question directly to the preferred speaker. Sixth, the A certificate will be available for participants with full attendance, and they should fill the attendance list, which will be provided through a link in the Zoom chat room as well as YouTube live chat. Seventh, the A certificate will be sent to the participant email address on D+3 or 3 days after the webinar at the latest. Eighth, for the participants who choose to attend the webinar through the YouTube channel live streaming are also welcome and have the same opportunity to have the A certificate as attendant as long as they fulfill the criteria to get a certificate. Full attendance and filling the attendance list through provided link at the time of the webinar. Next, I will inform you all about the safety briefing for the sake of safety and comfort during the international webinar. The participant are suggested to follow this. A. For internet safety, it is suggested to use personal or private internet connection or other safe network and avoid the public place Wi-Fi or other less safe internet connection. It also to prevent this international webinar from being hacked. B. During attending the international webinar, follow the COVID-19 prevent protocol by keeping the safe distance or physical distancing and avoid the crowd. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. With the highest gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, today, Saturday 25 July 2020, will be carried out the opening ceremony of the international webinar ICGLO 2020 entitled Law and Economic Challenges in Digital Society, with organized by Faculty of Law, Universitas 11 Maret. On behalf of the committee, we thank you all the attending this international webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the Dean of Faculty of Law, Universitas 11 Maret, Professor Dr. Igusti Ayu Ketut Rahmi Handayani, present among us. There are also honorable speaker. Please welcome Professor Henning Glaser, Dr. Hilary Teknan, Muhammad Hasib, and Professor Pujiono. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will have the opening speech by the Dean of Faculty of Law, Universitas 11 Maret, followed by the official opening of the international webinar. So, for Professor Dr. Igusti Ayu Ketut Rahmi Handayani, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Ayu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable all Vice Deans in Faculty of Law, Universitas 11 Maret, Professor Pujiono, Dr. Lego Karjoko, and Dr. Is Haryanto. The Honorable Director of Doctoral Program, Study Program, Faculty of Law, Universitas 11 Maret, Professor Harti Winingsih, and the Honorable all speakers, Professor Henning Glaser from Faculty of Law, Thammasat University, and he is Director of CPG now. He joined with us now from Germany, and I think in Germany at 3 EM, 3 or 4 EM. And then Professor Teknan.
Papa nggak siap-siap mandi.
Professor Teknan from Sorbonne University, France, and he is now stay in Andalas, Padang. Professor Hasib from Taylor's University, and the last but not least, Professor Dr. Pujiono, SHMH, is Vice Dean Academic Affairs. Ibu Erna, PhD, SHMH LLM, PhD, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, let us praise and thanks the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the abundance of grace and joy. All of us can still gather in the Zoom without any barriers at all, and it good healthy in pandemic COVID-19. On this occasion, allow me standing here to deliver a couple of sentence speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth IC Glow 2020 low economic challenge in digital society be done due to the support and effort all concerned. And the purpose of this conference are the first, implementation of three pillars of higher education. And the second is as a means of exchanging international insight and knowledge in law, economic, and technology. And the third, expanding academic networking between local and overseas institutions. And the last, commemorating the 44th anniversary of Universitas 11 Maret in 2020. Therefore, I say thank you to Director of Doctoral Program, Ibu Profesor Dr. Hartiwiningsih, SHMH, all speakers, Professor Henning Glaser from Germany now, Professor Hilary Tegnan, and from Sorbonne University, Prof. Hasib from Malaysia, and the last Prof. Pujiono from Faculty of Law, Universitas 11 Maret. And moderator, Ibu Erna Diah, PhD. All the organizers who have worked smart and hard to carry out this conference. And also all participants who have participated in this conference. So says a greeting from me. Finally, I apologize if my forward in there that is less acceptable or have forgotten. However, before I end my forward, we open international conference officially. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. That's all. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you for Professor Dr. Ayu for the speak and official opening of the international webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, before I give the time to the moderator, please active your profile or video according because of we will make a screenshot for the picture. Ladies and gentlemen, please active your profile or video because we will make a screenshot as a picture. I will speak in bahasa. Pada yang terhormat Bapak Ibu sekalian, tolong aktifkan profil dan video karena akan di screenshot sebagai foto untuk laporan ke universitas. Punya saya sudah hendai. Wait a moment, please. Nek wis ngomong Pak Eri. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, mohon aktifkan video dan profil karena akan di-screenshot sebagai foto. Ladies and gentlemen, please activate your picture and profile to be a screenshot as a picture. Sudah. Thank you, Mr. Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to an agenda for the international webinar, Law and Economic Challenges in Digital Society. The webinar will be moderated by Mrs. Erna Diah Kusumawati, SHM Hum, LLM PhD. Mr. Erna, as a lecturer in Faculty of Law, Smart University, International Law Department. His doctoral degree from Groningen, the Netherlands. So for the moderator, Mrs. Erna Diah Kusumawati, PhD, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Ayo, for the introduction. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I hear your voice.
Okay, great.
I hear. Okay.
We hear your voice.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning to all honorable speakers, the Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Law, the Head of Postgraduate Programs, and to all participants of this webinar. Welcome to this international webinar and thank you for participating in this event in such early morning. My name is Erna Kusmawati and I am delighted to be here moderating the international webinar, the 4th of ICCLO 2020, which has chosen a crucial topic in this era, which is law and economic challenges in digital society. We are all aware that currently we live in digital society in a broader community as well as in borderless world. The advancement of current technology have expanded words communication as well as economic transaction. Digitalization has grown over the year. Digitalization also enables various forms of technical innovations which give rise to novel and sometimes disruptive business models. As a result, new forms of flows of goods, services, finance, and data emerge in the society, which create numerous challenges for national and supranational regulators. At the same time, digitalization also brings consequences such as security and privacy issues. Today's webinar will discuss the complexity of the issues emerging in digital society, especially the challenges both in the field of law and economic. I would like to share with you the 4 experts of today's webinar. We are pleased to have Professor Pujiono. He is a professor in business law in the Department of Private Law of Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta. I would like also to welcome Dr. Muhammad Hasib. He is a senior lecturer in Faculty of Business and Law of Taylor's University, Malaysia. His expertise is in environmental economics. Welcome. We are very delighted to have you.
Thank you very
also
much.
have Dr. Hilary Teknan from Universitas Andalas Padang. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. Thank you very much for being with us today. He is currently a lecturer of constitutional law at the Faculty of Law Andalas University, Padang, Indonesia. We have with us as well Professor Henning Glaser. He is standing in as the director of the German Southeast Asia Center of Excellence for Public Policy and Good Governance, or CPG, at Thammasat University, Thailand, where he also served as a lecturer at Faculty of Law. Professor Glaser is currently in Germany, therefore he will be joining us later today due to 5 hours differences between Indonesia and Germany. What will happen is we will have all 4 speakers to deliver their presentations. Each speaker has 30 minutes presentation. After we hear all speakers' presentation, we will have Q&A session. And as the moderator, I will keep on track on the time. And therefore, I will provide a reminder at 5 minutes before a presentation ends. I hope such reminder will not cause any inconvenience in your presentation. Let me do just a little bit of housekeeping here. I think all participants are aware now to please put your microphone muted all the time. Also, I would like to remind our participants to prepare some questions or remarks. There are two possibilities in asking questions or giving remarks. Participants can type their questions in the Q&A section, and I will read the questions on their behalf. In addition, we will have the opportunity to open the floor for everyone who wishes to speak. And for this purpose, please use the raise hand button, or you can type also in the chat box if you wish to speak directly. But please type or speak concisely when delivering your questions. And don't forget to mention your name and organization and to whom are your questions addressed to. Therefore, the committee here will be able to make list of questions. Without further ado, let us begin with our first speaker, Professor Pujiono. Are you with us now?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Professor Pujiono holds a PhD in law from Universitas 11 Maret Indonesia. He also received both his bachelor and master degrees from the same university. And Professor Pujiono's research interest includes banking, dispute settlement, and legal protection for customer in mortgage. He will deliver his presentation titled The Economic Law Challenges in Digital Era. Professor Pujiono, please, the time is yours, 30 minutes from now. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Maybe less than 30 minutes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That honorable and we proud of Professor Dr. Igusti Ayu Ketut Handayani as a Dean of NS and Vice Deans. There are Pak Leko Karjoko as General and Financial Affairs and Pak Isarianto as Student Affairs that I respected. Professor Dr. Hartiwiningsih as the Head of Doctor Program at Faculty of Law, and of great speaker that have attended for this international webinar. Professor Henning Glaser that will join as soon as, Professor Muhammad Hasim, Professor Hilary Tegnan. Bu Erna as moderator, Honorable, stand with you. And all of committee that had prepared for this webinar. This is good job. And all of participants. Okay, I will present my PPT. Maybe can share my PPT committee. PowerPoint, my PowerPoint. Bu Indira or Mas Penny, could you help me share my PowerPoint?
Hello, maybe the committee perhaps could help Professor Pujiono for sharing the screen, or I can also do that for you, Pak Pujiono, if you like.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Oh, wait a moment, please. Can you all see my screen now?
Okay. Thank you, Bu Erna. Maybe to
Yes,
slide.
yes, I see.
Okay. Second slide. And this is the introduction that we start from the globalization that things in the world order today are marked by technological developments that make communication and information between the international community very easy. And international law is characterized by harmonious law and or at least transnational law. Harmonization of law here means that international law is influenced by national law, or national law is also influenced by international law. In the process of harmonizing law, where international law influences national law, it means that national state must make national rules that encourage the realization of agreements in order to achieve common goals. As we know that globalization is a working definition. There is no strict definition of globalization. But we agreed that the beginning of globalization was at the industrial revolution and transportation in 18th century. The movement was getting faster and faster because of technological paths. Indonesia's entry into a current globalization process is marked by a series of policies and regulation aimed at opening up the domestic economy in order to expand and integration with international market. Stiglitz, the winner of Nobel Prize in 2001 economic prize in economic, that state that globalization itself is actually not so good or bad. It has the power to do great good, and for countries like Indonesia in Asia that have accepted globalization on their own terms, at their own pace, globalization provides hook benefits despite the setback caused by crisis in 1997. Organsi states that the countries which are called modern countries take their development through 3 stages of development. First, unification, second, industrialization, and third, welfare state. Unification, I mean that this is the big problem, is how to achieve political integration to create national unity. In industrialization, I mean that this is the struggle for economics, development, and political modernization. So the modernization of democracy, getting modern, and be modern. And the third, welfare state. The task of the state is primarily to protect the people from the negative side of industrialization and imposing the welfare of society. Like in our constitution, the task of the country, task of the state is to protect the citizen. The main driver of globalization is technology. The main characteristics of technology today is digitalisation. So these days, we witness a lot of digital phenomena in our daily lives. In order to adapt the technological developments, humans are required to adapt to relevant change in their environments. Change that occur in the environments are caused by interaction that occurs between humans. As the development of science and technology, telecommunication equipment has become rapid. That is because people consuming of technology is getting higher and higher, so that in this era of globalization of information that occurs in all parts of the world can be known through technology. Even today, the world feels at our hands. We know something in other side in the world in our hands. The same can actually be interpreted that globalization is characterized by human dependence on technology. The next globalization is the phase of community personified with the phase of digital society. This is because digital interaction has become like habits. Massive immigration of human life seems to be underway. That is migration from the real universe to the virtual universe, from life in the real space to life in virtual space. This humanity migration has caused a big change in how everyone lives and makes sense of life. Various ways of life and forms of life that were previously carried out based of natural relation now carry out a new way. We have new way, that is artificial way. This relation which must be responsed by law, which has reduced its understanding to legislation created and implemented by the state. The ideal of national law is one thing to be achieved in terms of the application, realization, and implementation of certain values in the governance of the state and society based on Pancasila and Constitution 1945, especially in the field of life and economic activities in general in the framework of welcoming global society. The ideal of national law is need of more serious study and development in order to be able to participate in the global economic safely, because globalization like for us. So we must enter safely. Law, however, is very much needed to regulate social life in all of aspects, whether in social, political, cultural, economics, and the others. And what is not less important in its function or role in regulating economic activities. In these economic activities, law is really needed because of limited economic resources and the dynamization of technology become faster and faster. In this time, we agreed that the law must be an agent of modernization, and the agent of modernization, and the law is made up to develop society. We agreed with Roskupon, law as a social engineering. And in the same time, we have to make law as a leader in society integration in digital era, like Talcott Parson said that in cybernetic theory. Next slide. Okay. Digitalization, in addition to creating opportunities, also creates threats. The opportunity to create uncontrolled vertical mobilization. The presence of Gojek, Grab, Ruang Guru, Bukalapak, and various digital platforms is proof of vertical economic mobilities. Even so, interaction between the public become very open as a result of the security of personal data, also as threats. This is the weakness of globalization. This is the weakness of digitalization. In the context of this protection, we find at least two important problems, two important challenges, namely, first, protection of personal data in financial services, and second, one prestation in e-commerce. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, next, this is the existing of digital economy in Indonesia. Okay, this is the condition of the number of business in digital economy sector in Indonesia. Globally, until March 2019, the cumulative market value of unicorns is around more than 1,000 billion, roughly equivalent with overall Indonesian economics. The growth rate of unicorns show no sign of decreasing. At least 50 or more startups are projected to reach $1 billion. So the number will be increasing. Maybe next slide. This 50 or more startup that will be reach $1 billion. Southeast Asia is the region with the most unicorns. I mean that startup valued at more than 1 billion in the ASEAN region after China and India. This is the unicorns, unicorn high economic value startup company that Indonesia have Gojek, have Bukalapak, have now Ruang Guru and the others, Traveloka also, and many unicom will be increased. Next slide. Okay. Indonesia has many rules relating to the digital economy, but a number of problems still arise related to the challenge above. The problem of protecting the personal data of customer on financial services includes: first, the legislation. The legislation regarding personal data in Indonesia is limited and sometimes overlaps in several laws and regulation that still sectoral. Second, law enforcement in Indonesia is less than optimal in order to oversee the implementation of law, especially in terms of protecting personal data contained in the law. And third, public awareness. That this importance of personal data is still low. So that people are not wise in the use of personal data. Like we use Facebook, Instagram, we are very open to it. Fourth, the increased activities of exchanging and circulation of personal data in Indonesia can provide opportunities for misuse of personal data. This is the challenges protection of personal data in financial services in Indonesia. Next slide. Okay. Actually, we have many regulations concerning the legal protection of customer has been regulated in several laws and regulation in Indonesia. There are banking law, constitution law, in constitutional law, and human rights law, banking law, citizen and administration law, ITA law, POJK, Financial Services Authority Regulation, and then Bank Indonesia Regulation, and then the draft of private data protection. We have many regulation in personal data protection in personal data actually, but as an umbrella law we haven't. Okay, next slide. Okay, so what should we do? We have many challenges that I have explained above. That what should we do? Concept of that is concept two things about institution and regulation that I can explain that. First, in institution, the role of the Financial Services Authority (OJK) as a banking regulator plays an active role in thoroughly investigating, dealing with a misuse of customer personal data by giving strict sanction to the perpetrators of misuse of personal data and cooperating with the law enforcement official like police or attorney in Indonesia, and also the Ministry of Communication and Information to make cyber crime reports regularly. This is needed a better coordination. And second, for institution, law enforcement to make like a guarantee for the people. This is a guarantee of justice and legal certainty. And in regulation, what should we do? Lawmakers, in this case, governments, executive, with the legislative, DPR. That they should immediately prove the draft law of personal data into laws, so that they have a clear legal umbrella regarding the personal protection of personal data in Indonesia. That we haven't legal umbrella of protection personal data. And the second, in regulation, we have made simplifying the policy. Policy should be made easier to be understand and make easier in investment and creativity. This is urgent because we have barriers. Investment, we have barriers. Many barriers to make our regulation be simple. Puerna and all of participants. That's all that I can present today. So if any question or others, we can discuss in Q&A session. Thank you, Berna, and all of participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Professor Pujono, for your presentation. That was helpful to understand certainly the complexity of the issues that we have now in Indonesia. If I could emphasize what Professor Pujono has said is that globalization is actually a realism, something that we have to face at this moment. And one of the main drives is the digitalization. For example, like migration that happens at this moment around the world. And with regard to this digitalization, that there should be responded by law, especially economic law, at the national level, based on Pancasila as well as our national constitution, 1945 constitutions. And Professor Pujono agree to the idea that laws should be the agent of modernizations. There are two challenges based on Professor Pujono's presentation that currently we have in our economic law. The first one is the protection of personal data in financial services. And the second is about one prestasi in e-commerce. I think that is the main idea of Professor Pujono. And for the second speaker, I will start with Dr. Muhammad Hasib. Dr. Muhammad Hasib, are you still with us at this moment?
Yeah, I'm there.
Great. Dr. Hasib received his Doctor of Philosophy in Economics from University Utara Malaysia, where he also received his Master of Economics. He also received his Bachelor of Science Economics from FCCU Pakistan. His research focuses on environmental economics, such as energy economics, environmental development, and sustainability, including how technology affects economy and business performance. He received several national and international awards and research grants. In addition, he authors more than 50 Scopus and ISI indexed papers. He also served as a reviewer and editor of several Scopus and ISI indexed journals. Dr. Hasib, I hand over the forum to you, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thanks for invitation and dear moderator, organizers and speakers. Very good morning from Kuala Lumpur and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I can share by my own. It is okay?
Great. Yes, please.
Okay. I think all of you can see the slides.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I have selected the topic for today conference since this is related to law and economics. So today I'm going to talk about the well-being research to transform our world. So since we are here nowadays facing world challenges regarding the COVID-19, so this question always come up in my mind and among other researchers also, that is COVID-19 have affect the human well-being and happiness. So I have concluded that COVID-19 significantly affect the human well-being and happiness. We really need to rethink about the planning of our life in all perspectives, such as the financial and social. So after we face this problem, COVID-19, so now we are talking about the pre-COVID-19 and post-COVID-19. So the life have really changed. So we have to replan our life, and we have to really have to think about the happiness of our life. So I will discuss today. I will discuss about how happiness and well-being is important in our life, regarding the financial perspective and also regarding the social and economical perspective. So this is today topic we will discuss about this. So let me define first about well-being, how the World Health Organization is looking and defining the well-being. They are defining as a state of mind in which an individual is able to realize his or her own abilities, cope with the normal stress of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make the contribution to his or her community. So this is the definition of well-being from the World Health Organization. So we are joining together happiness and well-being. So this is very having a very high correlation between happiness and well-being. Then well-being is made up of the two key elements, which is feeling good, okay, being happy, you are feeling good, and functioning well. Okay, so we will discuss that how happiness and well-being is impacting on your performance and how it is the important for your economy as well. So what are the factors contributing to enhancing your well-being? So happiness is meaning and purpose of life, the whole aim and end of human existence, according to the Aristotle. So how we can define further the happiness? Happiness is defined as a possessive sense that life is good. Okay, different researchers have defined differently with their own words that what is the mean by the happiness. And according to the Aswald 1997, the relevance of economic performance is that to me, we may a means to an end. Economic things matter only in so far as they make people happier. Okay, so standard of living. Now we are relating happiness with the standard of living and quality of life. Okay, so whenever we as economists, okay, a few years ago when I started my research and I was starting to know the different perspective of economics, so I always link economy, GDP and financial terms with the happiness, okay, and with the growth. Okay, so now the perspective is changed. Okay, nowadays we are talking about the sustainable development, and what is the economic indicator used as the key measure of the quality of life or standard of living is most nations. So we have to think what indicator we should use for the standard of living or quality of life. So most of the researchers, they using the per capita GDP, okay, and what is called economic growth as an indicator of standard of living or quality of life. Okay, so now the perspective is totally changed. How it is changed? We have found that many countries, they have higher level of GDP. Okay, but when we look at their happiness index, they are not happier as much, they have higher per capita GDP. So later on further we will discuss about that also. Sorry. Okay, so we think that is there better indicator to measure well-being or quality of life or standard of living? What indicator we can use it? As previously, most of the researchers, they are using GDP per capita as a standard of living or as a what is called quality of life. Okay, so now we are coming up with the new concept that we should change the indicator of well-being, indicator of the standard of living and the standard of life. Okay, so now we think that we should use the different indicator, not the economic indicators only. So here we have what is called some happiness level in selected countries in 2010. So we can see that the Denmark is the most happiest country according to the index. Okay, and following by the Australia, Sweden, and what is called Finland, United States, and Belgium, and so on and so on. Okay, so you can see here, you can observe that the highest level is 8.38 and the lowest from this graph is 4.34. What argument I want to build here? The argument is, you look at the Japan. If the GDP per capita is a good indicator to know the standard of living, so why Japan is a rich country with high per capita income, but their happiness indicator index is very low? Why this? So these questions bring us to come up with the research and let us to think that per capita GDP and economy is not a good indicator for the standard of living. So this is we call the Eastern paradox of happiness, that money does not mean that you are happy. This is a graph from the world, okay, according to the happiness score, okay, in 2017. So if we look at the ASEAN countries, the most happy country here in our region is Singapore, following by the Thailand, China, Malaysia, Japan, Korea. So now you can relate here. If you look at Malaysia, Malaysia per capita GDP is lower than Japan. Okay, but Malaysia is happier than Japan. Okay, so here again we can compare here two countries, China and Pakistan. So China having a far higher per capita GDP, they have almost $8,000 per capita income. Okay, where the Pakistan having only 1,300 per capita income. And also you can see the Indonesia also having almost 1,300, $1,400 per capita income. So why China, Pakistan, and Indonesia having a same level of happiness? So it is also shows us, bring us to the level that per capita GDP is not a good indicator to know the standard of living. So again, this is the ASEAN 5 countries, happiness index of ASEAN 5 countries. So here we can see that if we look at the Indonesia, in 2008, they got the score 4.82, and in 2013, 5.229, and in 2018, this is 5.34. Okay, so it is continuously improving. Okay. So we have run the regression, the people who know about the econometrics. So we have run the regression between GDP and happiness. So we did not find the fit linear regression line, or you can say that the results are not significant. So meaning that there is no significant relationship between happiness and the GDP. So why well-being? So that is why I build this argument to know that what is called per capita GDP, it is not a good indicator for the standard of living. Okay, so then why well-being? So well-being word or performed contradictions between disparity, increasing income do not guarantee increasing the happiness. Okay, we can see from the data of China, Pakistan, and Indonesia. Okay, so Pakistan and Indonesia, they are developing countries. They are lower middle income countries, where China is upper middle income country. Okay, their per capita is far higher. When we also can get the example from Japan, that Japan per capita income is very high. Okay, but their happiness index, okay, is very low. So meaning that we can believe this concept of Eastern paradox of happiness, that increasing income do not guarantee increasing the happiness. Also, massive increased uncertainties, anxieties, despairs, social and economic inequalities, crime rates, environmental degradation, stress-related illness. Okay, so now stress. We take the one indicator, one variable, stress. The health pandemic for 21st century, WHO, affect 10% of the total population. That's only the reported ones. Okay, so well-being leads to the huge economic cost, stress. Now we are talking about the stress, that why well-being and happiness is important for the economy. So here we can see that the lost productivity in US about 23 billion dollars per year because of the stress. They lose the productivity when you, of course, when you are stressed, you're feeling stress. Okay, that can be financial stress, social stress. Okay, any kind of stress will affect your productivity. This is what I defined in the beginning of my presentation, that what is called your stress and non-happiness. If you are not happy, you are stressed, so meaning that it will significantly affect your productivity. Okay, so this according to the studies in US, they lost 23 billion in a year due to the stress. Okay, and loss of productivity. Stress-related presentation and abstination are costing the Australian economy about 14.81 billion in a year. In Australia, also stress-related, because they absent. Okay, they are stressed, they don't want to come to the office. Okay, so because all of this situation, they have lost 14.81 billion in a year. And also stress and depression among the Canadians worker. Okay, they have lost 50 billion in a year. So from Australia, US and Canada, so you can see that Canada every year is losing 50 billion in a year because of the stress. So meaning that we have to focus on the happiness. So here we can see the importance of happiness and the work without the stress. And we can see that how it is very, very important for our economy. So why well-being? Improvement in absolute income, living standards, labor mobility, and income inequality bring you to non-happiness, unhappy, and stress. It can create mental health problem and social coherence. So nowadays, the well-being research is growing in importance with all this situation. So now we have link with the situation with the Malaysian perspective. Okay, so when we did the research, we find out that 80% feel overwhelmed due to the debt. So now we have to address why people are stressed. Okay, from where they are getting the stress. Okay, so when we did research, we found that first, money, okay, make people worry. 40% of people feel overwhelmed by the debt. Okay, this is the Canadian perspective. Okay, and twice as likely report poor overall, 5 times more likely to distract. 46% says that its impact in the performance at work. Okay, if they are financially stressed, impact on the employees' health and organization bottom lines. So how we can solve this problem? Offering a financial wellness program in your workplace. Okay, it can increase the higher productivity, lower absenteeism, and improve morale, and it can reduce the turnover. Okay, so first problem we can address in this way. Okay, so now we have linked this situation with the retirement scenario in Malaysia. So we have found that 57% population non-Malay, Bumiputra, Malay are 55%, Chinese 45%, and Indian 44%. Okay, this is what is called population scenario in Malaysia. And rural households are 90%, and urban households are 86%. Okay, in Malaysia, 19% find their debt to be the burden somehow. Okay, so 90% Malaysian population, they said that the debt is one of their main problem. 76% have difficulty to raise 1,000 ringgit for emergency need. For example, if you need any emergency help, so 76% says even we cannot raise, the 76% says that even we cannot raise 1,000 ringgit for the emergency need. Okay, 6% are confident to meet the financial obligation for at least 6 months after income loss. For example, if they don't have a job, so how many months you can survive? Okay, so only 6% says that they can survive for up to 6 months. 40% financially ready for the retirement, and 60% they are not ready for the retirement. And I'm talking about the Malaysian what is called population. So why, again, the question is why well-being? So that well-being provides a strong test to extent to which policies are coming together to reduce inequality and promote sustainable development. A high level of well-being is a future of strong and vibrant community. So essential elements. Okay, so what are the essential elements for the well-beings? So first of all, most important is social well-being. We will discuss further on one by one these indicators. So social well-being, career well-being, financial well-being, physical well-being, and community well-being. So all together will make a complete picture of well-being. So total well-being. Now, this is a time for self-assessment. We have to assess ourselves, that where we are. So this is, we create a kind of test, okay, where you can assess yourself. Okay, so this is a total well-being, self-assessment. So social well-being, first of all, social well-being. So the question you ask from yourself, because this is a self-assessment, did you smile or laugh a lot yesterday? You can ask yourself. Okay, did you learn or do something interesting yesterday? Were you treated with the respect all the day yesterday? Okay, did you have a lot of love in your life? If you were in the trouble, do you have relatives or friends you count on to help you? Okay, whenever you need them. Okay, so this question you have to ask yourself. Okay, and you find out where you are. Okay, if all the question is say yes, you have smile a lot, you have laugh a lot, and you have learned yesterday something interesting. Okay, and you are treated very respectively way. So if all the question yes, so meaning that you are socially well-being. Okay, so first test you have passed. The second, you have to ask yourself career well-being. Do you like what do you are doing each day, every day? Many people, they say that I don't like teaching, I don't like to work in engineering company, I don't like to work as a policeman, I don't like to work as an army person, but because of the financial constraints I am doing that. Okay, so meaning that if you are doing something which you don't like, okay, so it will affect your well-being. Okay, it will affect your career well-being. You cannot increase your productivity, you cannot reach to the some level where actually you want. Okay, so that is why do every time whatever you like to do, because it will increase your efficiency, it will increase your productivity, and it will increase your happiness. Okay, so the first question you need to ask yourself, do you like what you do each day? Okay, at work, do you get to use strengthens to do work, okay, best every day? Okay, is there someone at work who encourage your development? Okay, sometimes, in our workplace, our boss, okay, or our CEOs, okay, they are not encouraging. Okay, and sometimes they are encouraging people, so you try to find the place where your boss, your CEO, your head of the departments are encourage you. Okay, so meaning that if they are encouraging you, so meaning that you are at the right place of your work. Okay, so at work, do your opinion seems to count? Okay, if you give any opinion, okay, at the workplace, did they count it or not? Okay, then financial well-being. Okay, this is another indicators of the well-being. Do you have enough money to do what you want to do? Okay, so of course we have, you know, unlimited wants and unlimited needs. Okay, but at least you can have a satisfactory level of needs. Okay, and you have enough money to fulfill that. Okay, are you satisfied or dissatisfied with your standard of living? How, which condition you are living? Of course, we always say Alhamdulillah. Okay, whatever we are getting, whatever in this which condition we are, okay, we need to say Alhamdulillah, we are good. Okay, but you need to see that are you seriously okay, whatever you are doing, whatever the condition is your, okay, so it is fine for you, you are maintaining the standard of living. Do you have enough money to buy food and basic necessities? Okay, do you make time for regular trips, vacations for your friends and families? Okay, I am not actually, but you have to ask this question from yourself. Okay, if you are fulfilling all these questions, okay, you are passing most of the answer questions, so meaning that you are financially well-being. Okay, so now we have physical well-being. Do you exercise regularly to improve your health? Okay. Do you have enough energy to get the things done yesterday? Things about yesterday from morning until the end of the day, the about what you are were doing, okay, who you were with and who you want to be. Okay. Did you feel well rested yesterday? My physical health is actually what is called, I'm saying all these things, but I'm restless. Okay, so we have to ask all these questions, you know, from ourselves. Okay, so then after this, community well-being. Okay, I know this time is a bit short, so I'm running out for this. So community well-being, do you feel safe walking alone at a night? So meaning that where you are staying, you have to see that what is called, you are living at the safe area. Are you happy with the community that you're living today? Okay, have you helped someone who you did not know, okay, and need to help in the past months? Okay, have you donated the money for organization in the past months? Okay, and is your city area where live getting better or worse in the place? So this is from the community perspective, how CSR work you are doing. This is also very important for your happiness perspective. Okay, so what is called, if you have done the CSR work, okay, community work, for example, you go for Rumah Yatim, okay, orphan house, okay, and you spend some work with the time with them, okay, and donate some money and bring some food for them. So you will see that with this CSR, okay, community work, you will feel happy. Okay, okay, so I'm end up I what is called, jump to the last. Okay, actually why we are doing the research on good health and well-being, because this is the third goal for sustainable development. Okay, in sustainable development goal there are 17 goals. Okay, so which have given by the United States. Okay, so why the well-being is important to discuss also, because this is the third goal for sustainable development. So meaning that good health and well-being is very important, okay, for the sustainable life. Okay, so that is why also this is also a important topic for our research. Okay, different personalities, different leaders of the world, now they are thinking about the well-being, how they can create the well-being in their society. So according to the ex-prime minister of United Kingdom, David Cameron, It is time we admit there's more to be life than money. And it's time we focus not just on the GDP, but also on the GWB, well-being, okay, general well-being. The well-being can't be measured by the money or traded in the markets. It is about the beauty of our surroundings, the quality of our culture, and above all, the strength of our relationship. So different people in the world, they have discussed about the happiness. And according to UAE president, happiness and well-being have been made central tenets to the design and delivery of the national agenda to be the happiest all the nations. So they have made the Dubai plan also to how they can have a well-being and happiness. So if we look at the Malaysia, so they have for sustainable development, they do have one cluster for well-being. So Malaysian government's also doing work on well-being and happiness. Okay, the president of Bhutan have explained that gross national happiness as the indicator of well-being, not the gross domestic product. Okay, so the president, he have explained that the gross, now we have to use the gross national happiness, not gross domestic product as a happiness. So in 1729, the legal code in the Kingdom of Bhutan declared that if the government cannot create the happiness, okay, for the people of its people, there is no purpose for the government. Okay, so meaning that this is very important for well-being and sustainable development, that we should have happiness. So policy implication: plan and implement public policies target towards the improving people's well-being by creating conductive and positive environments. Okay, develop a valid tools. Okay, and go for the well-being places. Okay, increase awareness about the importance of mental health and provide ample resources of the mental health care. So thank you very much. This is all for my side. Okay, so the main, if I conclude this, so again, I come back to the, I like this actually, the statement from the Bhutan president, that gross national happiness as an indicator of well-being, not the gross domestic product. Okay, so we have to think now above the money, above the GDP. This is a time to think about something more than the GDP. And I also like the statement in 1729, they have given the statement by the legal code in the Kingdom of Bhutan, declare that if the government cannot create happiness for its people, there is no purpose for the government to exist. So this is entirely government responsibility to make the policies, and also entire responsibility for the organizations to make the policies, to make, keep people happy. Okay, if they keep people happy, they will out of the stress. If they out of the stress, they can productive well, they can be a good health. Okay, and we as a nation, okay, we also have to take care about our happiness, because ultimately it will affect our productivity. Thank you very much. This is all for me.
Thank you for Mr. Dr. Muhammad Hasib. Because of Mrs. Erna have electricity problem, now I will choose the moderator to me. After Mr. Muhammad Hasib, I want to know if Professor Henning Glaser here. Is Professor Henning Glaser here? Hello, Professor Henning Glaser. Are you joined here? Oh, okay. Because of Professor Henning Glaser is not joined yet, here is Professor Hilary Teknan. Professor Hilary Teknan,
Yes.
are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. After Professor Muhammad Hasif, Professor Hilary Teknan will present about from Sorbonne University, Prancis. Professor Hilary Teknan, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayub Tori.
You are welcome.
First of all, I want to thank the University of Sebelas Maret for this opportunity. My thanks goes to Professor Ayub for inviting me to be part of this event. And I also want to thank all the staff at the University of Sebelas Maret, the committee for this conference. Last but not the least, I want to thank the participants who, without them, this event won't be as successful as it is so far. I hope you all are healthy and safe where you are in this global pandemic. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we hear you. Yes, we hear you.
Yes,
We hear your voice.
it's clear.
Clear.
Thank you very much. I'll be delighted if you can share my PPT to the screen so the participant can view it. So today I'll be talking about, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be talking about, like I said, excuse me, corruption eradication and environmental protections in Indonesia. Before I going any further, I would like to state the objectives of my presentation. This presentation will discuss the effort to prevent corruption in the protection of the environment by providing an overview of laws and regulation united to protect the environment and to combat corruption and safeguarding the environment in Indonesia. So I will endeavor to present the legal instruments, both in Indonesia and also international instruments that deal with the protection of the environment and that also deal with the corruption phenomena. The struggle to eradicate corruption in Indonesia has long been taking place, yet it seems like the phenomenon is spreading wider and stronger within almost all vital sectors of life, including protection of the environment. Aware of these situations, the government passed law number 2002, allowing the creation of Corruption Eradication Commission or Komisi Pemberantasan Korupsi. Embezzlement and in the executions of environmental program, corruptions in granting permits and license for the exploitation of natural resources, bribe to public official. Corruption also makes it possible to override or circumvent environmental and or social protection measures. Corruption has a serious consequence on the environment and certain sectors, such as forestry, endangered species protections, water supplies, the exploitation of oil industry, fishing, and hazardous waste management. While devastating from an environment perspective, these actions also affect the livelihoods of local community whose existence is closely linked to the environment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you the national instrument, like I said at the outset of my presentation. The Indonesian government environmental law has been developed since the earlier 1980s through the enactment of law number 4, 1982 on the basic provisions on the management of the living environment, which today is views as the umbrella Act for Environmental Protection. The enactment of Law Number 4, 1982, repealed and replaced by Law Number 23, 1997. Also, we have Law Number 5, 1990, and the Law Number 24, 1992. Law Number 4, 1999 on forestry. And also we have the, along with these laws enacted by the Parliament, also have government regulation. Government regulation number 41, 1999 on the litigations of air pollution. We also have government regulation number 27, 1999 on environmental impact analysis, or EIA, and government regulation number 4/2001 on the mitigations of damage or environmental pollution in relation with forests or land fires. We also have law number 23, 1997, which was proven unable to manage and control the activity causing deterioration, deteriorations of and the pollution environment due to its leniency towards environmental and other government officials who did not comply with environmental laws. On October 3rd, 2009, law number 23, 1997 was repealed and replaced by law number 32, 2009, referred to as Environmental Protection Law, which set for criminal sanctions for license issuers, including government officials and law enforcement officers who do not comply with the law and regulation related to environmental protection. So, ladies and gentlemen, after I presented you the legal instruments, I think it's also important to the major forms of environmental corruption. I picked the major because they have a lot of forms of environmental corruptions, but those are those that really impact the life and that I'm about to mention, namely corruptions in timber trafficking. This has a huge impact, a very huge impact of the livelihood of the people because of this. It's the way it unfolds and in also the economic impact that is involved. Timber trafficking represents large sum of money, like I just said, and Southeast Asia. And here I would like to agree with Professor Suji, I think I forgot the name, the first speaker, who pointed out that Southeast Asia is the region that is most affected worldwide. It is home to 7%, Southeast Asia here, what I'm referring to, represents some of 7% of world's ancient forests and numerous tree species found nowhere else. The region has the highest rates of deforestation on the planet, due in part to illegal logging. Organized criminal networks are responsible for an irreversible degradation of the environment. Traffickers often use document frauds to transport illegal timber abroad. Criminals in this region, Southeast Asia, I mean here, frequently resort to corruption to carry out their activity. They have the complicity of agents like forest guards, representatives of local authorities, transport, police, and custom officials, along with the supply chain from the forest to the port. And Indonesia is particularly hard hit because it's a part of the Southeast Asia, like I just pointed out, due to increasing demand and decreasing supply of timber globally. The country is one of the main sources of illegal logging. After I just pointed out the corruptions in the trafficking of timber, it is also important to point out the corruptions in and environmental pollution, which is very, very, very important. Polluting businesses by bribing government officials could influence or delay the legislative process of environmental laws and reduce the enforcement intensity of existing environmental regulations, thus giving rise to elevated pollutant discharge. Corruption imposes a negative effect on environmental regulation. Pollutant businesses in countries with serious corruption problems tended to underreport their pollutant discharge to evade environmental taxes. Corruption leads to the decrease in the effectiveness of policy targeting at vehicle emissions control. And this also is, in my opinion, it's very important to point out. And here I mean the corruption in mining sectors. Mining management in Indonesia is regulated in Article 33, Section 2 and 3 of the 1945 Constitution and Law Number 4, 2009. The corruption eradication, this is something very important to point out. The Corruption Eradication Commission, or Komisi Pemberantasan Korupsi, KPK, had just revoked the licenses of 721 mines in 12 provinces across the country. This is a huge figure. And it also points out that KPK is really doing the job fighting corruption in Indonesia. More than 2/3 of those licenses are coal mining. The mining industry is vulnerable to corruptions because it relies on approval permit issued by the government. So you can see here, when you see the statistics from the KPK, you can see a lot of governors, a lot of regents are very involved in corruption because they are the one who issues mining licenses. So you can see here why it is so high for KPK to really be so sharp when it comes to governors and also regents. I want to point out that also weak oversight of the process to obtain permits, overlapping regulations on mining are the main causes of corruption in the mining sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, I would like to point out the corruptions in water sectors. The water sectors is particularly vulnerable to corruption for several reasons. The first being the large number of stakeholders, especially at the various levels of sectors, public and private. When large sums of money are at stake and that the procedures are not transparent, the negotiations of contracts, making of funds entering into agreements and granting licenses are not affected. Corruption in the water sector also has a direct impact on the environment. Sometimes bribes are paid so that environmental impact assessments of projects are never known. Likewise, bribery and nepotism can distort the licenses of disposal of waste that pollute surface waters. Water is essential for agriculture, and we know that a huge part of the Indonesian population relies on agriculture. So dealing with corruption in the water sector is very crucial to not just the economy, but to the livelihood of the Indonesian people. But when responsibilities are taken lightly, powerful agribusinesses can divert water resources for small farmers who depends on river to irrigate their crops and earn a living. So that's what I pointed out. So you have here big companies that are exploiting the water at the detriment of the peasant, if I may say so. And also we have here international legal instrument, like I just pointed out the national instrument. Also we have here the international instrument that are At the international level, important convention has been signed in the fight against corruption, such as the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, and the OECD Convention of Combating Bribery of Foreign Public Officials in the international business transaction. So, ladies and gentlemen, because of the time constraint, I did not want to discourse very lengthily on this very interesting topic. I thought it would be very concise and precise if I can point out the problems and also how to deal with them. So in my conclusion, I would like to bring to your attention how we can best deal with corruption within the protection of the environment. The fight against corruption must ensure equitable access to essential resources such as water and a clean environment. Combating this form of crime requires addressing it as a whole from all fronts: community, businesses, and public authorities. Developing policies that promote transparency, accountability, and integrity. New collaborative mechanisms such as REDS, Program on Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Forest Degradation in Developing Countries, can create financial incentives for improved forest law enforcement, but they must be accompanied by measures to reduce the risk of corruption. And lastly, at the national level, there's a need to identify and address the weaknesses that underlie corruption in key government institutions, policies, and practices. Authorities need to improve the regulatory systems in place to promote standard cross-check that help prevent abuse by making public the criteria, structures, and procedures applicable to the awards of contracts and the procurement at large infrastructure projects. Corruption can be reduced if these steps are taken, in my view. Impunity, this is also important to point out. Impunity must also be handled. You have a lot of businesses that really violate environmental protection laws, but go unpunished. And this has to stop because it sends a wrong message to other companies. It sends a really, really bad message. Independent justice is also important, is also crucial for the development, adoptions, and enforcement of environmental laws. And last, ladies and gentlemen, business should adopt voluntary codes of conduct. Sometimes it is referred to as the corporate social responsibility, the CSR, that are both ethical and sustainable, which contain measures to fight corruptions and protect the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of my presentation. Like I said, I had to be very quick because of the time constraint. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much to everybody, and I return to the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Tegnan, for your inspiring presentation.
You're welcome.
If I may sum up your presentation is that the corruption that happening in Indonesia has affected the economy of the country itself, because the corruption has happened to almost any fields. For example, as you said, in timber, in mining, in environmental corruption, as well as in water sector. Therefore, you suggested that combating corruptions should be tackled as a whole from all fronts, including community, businesses, as well as governments. Combating corruption actually could create financial subsidy to improve the law enforcement in corruptions. And I would like to move to the next speaker, which is Professor Henning Glaser. Are you with us now, Professor Glaser? Hello. Perhaps the committee could inform me whether the Professor Glaser has been with us or not yet. Pak Ayub?
Yeah.
Is Professor Glaser is with us or not yet?
I don't know because Dukwang Lee here. Dr. Dukwang Lee here. I don't know.
Okay.
I chat him because there is no answer from him.
Okay, then while we are waiting for Professor Glaser, we could actually give the floor to the audience because I have one participant who would like to speak directly to ask his questions to the speakers. I have here, wait a minute, I have here Dr. Jefferson Cameo. Dr. Jefferson, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Yes,
Moderator,
okay.
thank you.
Okay, because your question is a little bit long, I think it will be difficult for me to elaborate everything. As we have time now until maybe around 11 while we are waiting for Professor Glaser, I think you can also deliver your questions to the speakers. Please.
Thank you much, Mrs. Moderator, Dr. Erna. Great to have this opportunity. My first questions, or maybe comment, is given to Professor Mujiono. If I am not mistaken, I learned from the presentations of Professor Mujiono, he said, based on the two theories, which is from both from America. One is Talcott Parson, and the second is Roscoe. He developed a perspective that in our Indonesian legal system, based on Pancasila, it appears that our system is having a kind of frustration, or what Professor Muhammad said, stress. Why stress? Because there are issues Professor Mujiono has raised. The first is the issue concerning data protection. And the second is the issue concerning breach of contract. From the first issue, Professor Mujiono said that there are no umbrella provisions concerning data protection in Indonesia. And the second, Professor Mujiono doesn't mention anything. So, Dr. Erna, from this opportunity, I would like to ask Professor Mujiono, if Professor Mujiono believes that Indonesian has a fundamental legal system based on Pancasila and the 1945 Constitution, we must believe that there are enough, sufficient in our legal system to deal with everything, including the two issues or two challenges that Professor Mujiono has raised in the presentation. And this, we must, if you like me to offer this kind of theory, this theory has been developed by Professor Teguh Prasetyo. Maybe all of you know Professor Teguh Prasetyo. I think he is one of the lecturers at the postgraduate faculty, your faculty. Professor Teguh said that we must, based on Pancasila and Indonesian Constitution, but we have to believe that these two kind of system is sufficient, and it is the source of happiness for our Indonesian system. So in this case, I think I would like to offer a concept to Professor Mujiono, and would really happy if you, Prof. Mujiono, could respond to this, that from this legal perspective, from this jurisprudence, or we call it Indonesian jurisprudence or philosophy of law, there is always opportunities. Pancasila and also the 1945 constitutions to deal with everything. So there is no frustration in our legal system, like Dr. Muhammad said. There is always happiness in this system. And this system is called dignified justice legal system. That is the point, Dr. Erna, I would like to raise for Professor Mujiono or maybe Dr. Muhammad to give this their response. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jefferson. That was a really challenging questions. Pak Pujiono, maybe
Yep.
would you like to respond to that?
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the question, Bapak. I forget your name, Bapak.
Jefferson, Prof.
Jefferson. Okay, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, Prof.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning, Prof.
Yeah, if you know in the form of national system of law, we declared about Pancasila, but our legal system from three system of law, West law, customary law, and Islamic law. This we know about that. We know also that there is the term UPI societas UPI use, that there is a society, there is the law. This is first. Secondly, we talk about Pancasila. Pancasila as a source of law system, or laws of the system. But if we track, where is the law, or where is the regulation that states Pancasila as the source of law? There is no regulation that states Pancasila as a source of law. We know in the preamble of our constitution, this implicit states about the first of Pancasila, first to Pancasila in fourth alinea. But the strictly state about Pancasila as our regulation, our source of law, there is not mentioned. If we know in our constitution, maybe we can know in chapter 15, maybe chapter 15, article 35, 36, 34, 35, 36. There is no mention about Pancasila as a source of law. So Pancasila actually is agreement founding father. That's this agreement. That's agreement we can change about Pancasila, but we have agreement soon that we will not change Pancasila as our ideology. This is the second that I should say to Dr. Jefferson. So actually Pancasila just inherent, but no mention strictly. This is the problem. So why we cannot implement Pancasila directly? Because there is no guidance how we implement Pancasila. Our constitution not mention Pancasila. This is the problem, and we haven't Pancasila guardians. We have one Pancasila guardian. We have MK, Mahkamah Konstitusi, as a constitution guardian, but we have one Pancasila guardian. This is the second problem. So if we talk about theory, how to implement in economic society, in economic challenges, in law, there are many theory, but we are, according to me, we have difficulties to find what's the real theory in Pancasila, because we have the guidance. We haven't the guidance. This is the problem. The constitution not mentioned that there is no regulation that mentioned about Pancasila strictly. This is the problem, Bapak Jefferson. So about the theory, Talcott Parson, law as a tool of social engineering, and then cybernetic of Talcott Parson, cybernetic, and Ross Coupon, law as a tool of social engineering. I mean, like this, we have problem in society integration. Pancasila law is not a single entity. I mean, I said again that law is not a single entity. Law interaction with politics, with economics, with culture, economic, politic, culture, and many more. Now, in this interaction, if a law not as a leader, law will be underborn. So there is the problem that in implementation, law enforcement in our country, we have faced a stresses. Like you said, we have stress about the law enforcement, because law have.
Prof, can I mention a little bit?
Okay.
If we say in the Article 1 of our Constitution, Article 1.
Excuse me, Dr. Jefferson. Sorry, because I think although we have 5 more minutes, maybe your next counter could be delivered later on, so that Professor Pucciono can finish the response first, and then you can also submit your questions for the next question and answer, because Professor Glaser is already here now, so that I would like to move to another presentation. So, Professor Pucciono, you can finish your response, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, I will mention again Pancasila as a source of law that not mentioned strictly. Just mention it in 4th alinea. That's not again. This is not mentioned strictly in chapter 15. There is article 35 about flag, 36 about bahasa, about language, symbol, and song, our song. But about Pancasila as a source of law, again, I said that there is no mention strictly. So actually, if we want to know about the implement sources of Pancasila and the guardian, so there is important to make guardian in our constitution about Pancasila. That's not just mentioned implicit. That's all, Bu Erna. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Pucciono. I do apologize for Dr. Jefferson, because I have to cut your encounter, but we can continue later on. And
thank you, Prof.
Your question, yes, your question is also addressed to Dr. Hasib, but I would like to ask Dr. Hasib to answer later on. Is that okay, Dr. Hasib?
Yeah, it is fine. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. I see that Professor Glaser is already here. Hello, Professor Glaser, are you connected now?
Yeah.
Great, welcome. We are delighted to have you, and thank you for being with us today in such early morning there in Germany. Professor Glaser is an expert on good governance as well as human rights, and he is standing in as the director of the German Southeast Asian Center of Excellence for Public Policy and Good Governance at Thammasat University, Thailand, where he also served as a lecturer at Faculty of Law. Please, Professor Glaser, the forum is yours now.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. In Germany, we have a worse internet than in most countries in Southeast Asia. So maybe I will frequently be not so clearly understandable. But Selamat pagi, first of all, good morning. I'm very pleased and honored to be here. And I thank very much Dean Ayu for inviting me. And I'm very happy to be now together with the Faculty of Law of UNS, a university I like very much, and now for many years now. So I listened a little bit to the last talk. Sorry that I was late, but I see that what I have to say is somehow connecting to the previous lecture. So I will talk a little bit about human rights, societal resilience, and the pandemic. And I will try to provide only some reflections. I think more is not possible in 20 minutes or 25 minutes. And please interrupt me if I'm talking too long. So basically, I want to talk about the nature of rights. I want to see what rights really are in our societies. And I think that the situation we are experiencing right now, the pandemic situation, is giving us the opportunity to understand the importance of rights and to reflect on the nature of rights in our societies. My basic take is that the understanding of human rights or basic rights, fundamental rights, is at the same time very evident to all. We know basically what human rights are, and we are basically aware that they are important or they should be important. While on the other hand, in most societies, including my own society, we are very often confused about the content of rights, what exactly do they mean, and we are also confused about the exact position of rights within the constitutional order in some societies. So it's not so clear what exactly rights mean, especially in situations like the one we are experiencing right now with the pandemic situation. This is very much exhibited right now with the COVID-19 situation for certain reasons. I will try to highlight them a little bit later. And I think on the one hand, this COVID-19 emergency situation, however we call it, is not so threatening as other emergencies we might think of, like terrorist attacks or others. But the situation is specific because it is affecting all of us and it is affecting the entire society. That makes it interesting to reflect in the light of the COVID-19 experience on the nature of rights. And with that, I would like to have a closer look, first of all, on what I think is the point with our fundamental understanding what human rights are. And there I want to highlight that fundamental rights, although they are very often used as monolithic normative blocks, are indeed fluid and contextual. So we have to be aware that there is not one interpretation of human rights in time. It is changing in the historical flow of time, and there is not only one interpretation of rights at a given moment of time in a given society, not to speak about different societies. So it's a relative thing. Rights are fluid, they are contextual, and they are developing in their meaning. However, what rights are ideally in most societies, in Western countries, rights are supreme layers of the Constitution. So they're not only part of the Constitution, but they are forming a supreme layer of the Constitution, a higher constitutional law, which is informing other parts of the Constitution authoritatively. Rights in this sense are supreme and individually enforceable legal positions. This is the theory. However, in many countries, it is not so clear what rights really are. And if you look in comparative perspectives, we will find rather no country having no rights catalog in the constitution, while almost all countries have very different understandings practically how to implement human rights or basic rights. So we are looking here at the spectrum. And on this spectrum, we have two extreme opposing sides or extreme points. And on the one hand, we have a principled understanding and a thick understanding of human rights as informing and defining constitutional identity. So in some countries, like my country, Germany, where I'm right now, we think that human rights are not only a part of the constitution, but they very much define the identity of the constitution as much as Pancasila is doing it in Indonesia. In other countries, this is not so clear. In other countries, in many other countries, human rights figure somehow vaguely in the constitutional system in theory, and they are more or less to different degrees thinly implemented in the constitutional and the legal process. So this is a difference. And I'm not talking here about good or bad. I try to understand simply different approaches toward rights. And I want to say that the situation we are experiencing right now with the corona disease shows us this different approach of rights very clearly. If you look at the challenge rights are in this situation experiencing globally, we see that in every country, especially communication rights and political rights are quite under stress. So we have individuals, of researchers, of journalists. We talk about the right to gather on the street, to demonstrate, to protest. All these rights are under stress globally due to the corona pandemic. And I think this is to a certain degree the natural outcome of a pandemic. So we have to fight the pandemic, we have to limit rights, and everyone would understand that there's a certain rationale behind that which is justified. At the same time, however, we can see in many countries, especially in Southeast Asia, that limitations to rights due to the pandemic and in the wake of the pandemic are not always really justifiable in terms of fighting a disease. So we have quite a lot of cases in which it is not so much the rationale of taking care of a health emergency, but we have other interests, other motivations to limit rights. And maybe one example from Indonesia, but I could give many examples from many other countries in Southeast Asia. One example is a case, I will not mention the name, but maybe you know the case, is a case of a woman which was linking on a social media to a news article in which the WHO criticized the Indonesian government of the handling of COVID-19. This lady was arrested, her cell phone was confiscated, she was interrogated for several hours, and then she was released and she had to apologize on a video stream. So this handling of this case is, for me, an example where we have measures limiting rights which are not necessarily justified by fighting the pandemic. It looks more, and there are many other cases where I would say the same, it looks more like someone is disciplined for criticizing the authorities. So if we have these cases, and we have these cases in many, many countries all around the world, and especially also in ASEAN countries, we see that in the situation of fighting the pandemic, rights are sometimes weak. And we might ask, why are they weak and should they be weak? So why are they weak? The resilience of rights and the robustness of rights depends very much on our initial definition, our beginning with handling rights in the constitutional system. And when we talked about Panchasila, this gives me the best possible example to exemplify what I'm meaning. If you look at constitutional systems, we will see that in any constitutional system, we have a kind of core, a heart of the constitutional system. The constitution is not just a set of legal rules which are operating without higher principles. Any constitution in itself has guiding principles, has a layer of higher constitutional law. So if a constitution really is important, if a constitution really claims to organize the society and the political rules of a society, then this constitution will have a certain identity, and this constitution will have a certain set of principles and norms which are above the others. And this is what we would call the basic structure of the constitution. This is a term which has been developed by the Supreme Court of India, which was relating to German constitutional experiences. So this part of the constitution, this higher constitutional law, how do we find it? We find it in different constitutional systems at different places. But what always helps is we have sometimes parts of the constitution we can't change. Not all constitutions have that, but many. So in some constitutions, there is a part which is resisting any change. We also have parts of the constitution we are protecting in a particular way by party dissolutions, by banning associations, and so on. Pancasila is an example. HTI was banned in Indonesia as a threat to Pancasila. We have that in Germany too. We have it in many countries. So there are certain rules of the constitution we can't attack. And if we do that, basic rights or human rights will be limited. There are many other ways how to identify this part of the constitution, which is particularly important, but that is not my point. My point is that in some constitutions, human rights are a part of this higher level of the constitution, while in other constitutions, they are not. We have a lot of constitutions featuring rights, but they don't feature rights at that level of the constitution. And the clearer human rights or fundamental rights are a part of the core identity of a constitutional system, the more they are resilient in times of emergencies. That is the first take I want to transfer here. I'm not competent, and I think I will not touch on the question, how is it in Indonesia, but I will formulate it as an open question. Pancasila, I think, is a very broad and developing concept, and that is why it is so important. It is important because it allows, like in Germany, like in other countries, different interpretations. It is integrating very different ideas about what Pancasila means. It has been debated from the beginning, 1945, until today. And the question is, where are fundamental rights and where are human rights figuring within this frame? This is the first take. Now, if we look at the question, what do we learn more in light of the COVID-19 pandemic? If we look at the COVID-19 situation, we have to understand the difference it poses to our societies all around the world. And that difference is, I already indicated it, that it is not only a single threat at a single place in our society, a challenge to our constitutional or legal system, it is pervasive, it is everywhere. The COVID-19 situation is a situation which is affecting all of us in one country, in the entire world. And we can see that here. And this effect is a very, very strong effect, even if we might have the feeling it is not so much affecting us as long as we are not sick or feeling bad. And we can see that with this conference. What I always liked when I'm in Indonesia is that beginning a conference, you are singing your national anthem. And I really like that. It's touching me. It's touching me when everyone is standing up and you are singing Indonesia Raja. I like that very much. In this situation, when we look at the Zoom screen, we can't have that. We have not this feeling of community. And my point is that this is probably one of the most interesting aspects of the COVID-19 pandemic, that it is disrupting our community. It is disrupting our ability to and community. And this relation is
Professor Glaser, hello. Could
Right,
you please
very
repeat, Professor
the
Glaser?
COVID-19 basic two ifs. Yeah, sorry, I think we, yeah.
No, sorry, your voice was like a little bit stuttered. Could you please repeat the last part of your presentation, please?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, my internet is not good here. I know. So forgive me for that. So my point is that the situation we are experiencing with the COVID-19 pandemic is twofold. One effect is that we disrupt the link people have to each other, the bodies of our right bearers, the bodies of our society, forming the body of the nation, if you want, or the body of the society. They can't link to each other as easy as they could before. This is the first effect, and this is very much affecting fundamental rights. So we are not able to pray together if you want. We are not able to demonstrate if we have social distancing. We are not able to gather and discuss political things. So this has profound effects. And the second effect of the COVID-19 situation is that it is driving digitalisation very much. And now I would like to differentiate two important effects on human rights. The first effect is, from a perspective of societies like the European societies or the Indonesian societies, I would fundamentally worry already that digitalization is driving us into a virtual room in which we are not anymore connected to each other. That is a fundamental latent threat I see to societies defining itself as communities and societies which are based on rights and which are based on the understanding that we enjoy community life based and guaranteed by rights. However, in a situation like COVID-19, we also see that it is absolutely necessary to have at least that. So my point is, it is much better, and it's already a loss if we don't have that, to be really together, to be really not so much in the digital sphere. The digital sphere is changing the image of the human. It is changing our understanding of ourselves as societal. Do you still understand me? I'm always unsure if I'm still there.
Yes, you're still here.
Okay, that's good. But if we have a situation like in health emergency, we see that we need at least the ability to link to each other within the digital sphere. So if we can't do that, if we can't express ourselves in the digital sphere, if we can't link to each other in the digital sphere without unnecessary interruptions and unnecessary restrictions, we are in a situation of general weakness, even more exposed to a transformation of our political and societal condition. And this is, for me, very dangerous, and therefore I think we have to rethink the importance of rights. We can see right now that in a health emergency, basic rights are the only guarantee that we can keep up a kind of virtual unity among societal groups, among individuals in the society. And therefore, we have to rethink the meaning of fundamental rights. We have to rethink if fundamental rights are really only the positions of individuals against the state. And if you look at the discussion of human rights in Indonesia in 1945, when the founding fathers, the founding mothers of Indonesia discussed rights, we can see that we had from the beginning this dispute. When, for example, Supomo and Sukarno were strongly advocating against rights, while Muhammad Hatta and others were strongly advocating for rights, and especially for political rights. And we can go back to that question, and we see right now that having rights and enjoying political rights, the right to link to each other in terms of communication, researchers, journalists, individuals, that is indeed the infrastructure of a society under stress. We need to maintain the integrity of the social body. It is not only the position of the individual we are talking here about. We are talking here about the position of our entire society, the condition of our community. And from that perspective, and in light of the pandemic, I would claim that it is worth to think about rights in terms of protecting the integrity of the community and protecting the integrity of the social body. And that's basically my point. And I would be happy to discuss this point with you. And maybe a last comment on that, to repeat, I'm very skeptical about digitalization. I think it is dangerous to a certain degree for our societies. Digitalization is now driven very much by the corona situation. So it is accelerated, it's amplified, it is entrenching in our societies. That is the first take. And secondly, especially in the health emergency, digitalization is allowing us, beside being dangerous in general in this situation, to at least have a minimum of contact, a minimum of exchange, which is necessary, especially in the situation of a health emergency. So it's a bit paradox. And this is my major thesis here, and I would be happy to discuss that. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Glaser, for your presentations. If I could sum up your presentation, is that you emphasize the need of human rights protection in the constitutions, especially that human rights norms actually are featured or become a part of the constitution itself. However, the human rights norms are not in the really higher level. Therefore, the protection are not that robust. Therefore, there are also many variety in the human rights implementation across the country, especially in the light of pandemic COVID-19. You also mentioned that digitalization at this moment is already very dangerous if we can relate that to the life of us as a human being in a community, because we're not connected physically, but such limitation in the pandemic is necessary to protect the other rights. Therefore, you also suggest that we need to rethink of the importance of fundamental rights in health emergency only for the rights or possessed by individuals versus the state. I hope I can provide a summary of your presentations. And after we hear the presentation of all the speakers and experts, I would like to move to the questions and answers. I see there are so many questions already, and I will try to read and try to also to filter some of the questions that I have at this moment. But first, I would like to give the opportunity to Dr. Hasif, because there was a question from Dr. Jefferson for the first sessions. Dr. Hasif, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, would you like to answer?
Yeah, can
Dr.
I request
Jefferson?
Dr. Jefferson to repeat his question?
Yes, Dr. Jefferson, could you please repeat shortly only the questions that addressed to Dr. Hasif, please?
Thank you, Mrs.
Welcome.
Moderator. Dr. Muhammad Hasib said, one key word is happiness. It was happiness in his presentation. And from our point of view, from our jurisprudence, Indonesian jurisprudence that Professor Henning Glasser said based on Pancasila, and also Professor Pujiono said based on Pancasila. From my perspective, I use dignified justice theory developed by Professor Teguh Prasetyo. He said that the happiness of the Indonesian people is in the law. So we have already have the happiness. The problem is we doesn't understand this concept of happiness. So that's why I would like to ask you some kind of how to develop this happiness, how to connect this concept, your concept of happiness, with the legal concept of happiness, that in our Indonesian legal system, it is enough, it is sufficient enough to be happy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a quite worthy question from the professor, from the Dr. Yassin. Actually, there are different perspective of any topic. Okay, so you have mentioned the theory of one professor who have given the different concept. Okay, so here in our research, we have developed a questionnaire. We have developed some self-assessment questions to measure the happiness. So of course that is not the end of any research. Okay, so there can be a different concept of happiness. Okay, so from our perspective, we need to have these kind of question from ourselves, that to measure that either we are happy or not. So as far as related with the Indonesian law and how we can link with the Indonesian laws. So of course, as I mentioned that, in Malaysia, 56% people are what is called not ready for the retirement. Okay, so why they are not ready for the retirement? So we can link with the Indonesian perspective also, that is the governments are making good enough policies, okay, that is enough for people who are going to be retired, for their financial perspective it is enough. We as what is called policy makers, we have some kind of laws which they can protect the what is called rights of employees. For example, we are operating companies and firms in our countries, in Malaysia, Indonesia, and everywhere. So, do we have a particular type of laws that you cannot what is called? You have to protect the rights of your employee. You have to given them a good salary. Okay, you have to take care their health perspective. So these all policies we can link with the law side also. Of course, these all policies. That's why we are saying that I given you the statement of President of Bhutan. If the governments cannot keep the happy of their people, so there is no point to have a government. Okay, so these main policies are actually coming from the government. So governments are who protect and make the laws, how companies can what is actually there are the two sides. One is the individual side, and another is related to the companies and firms and the government side. Okay, so from the company sides, they have governments have to make the policies to protect the health and what is called financial side of the their people. So I hope this can be a answer of your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hasib.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm now moving to the questions that sent by via chat box. There were two questions from Dr. Hasan Suryono from ONS. He asked, I think he did not mention to whom these questions are addressed to, but I think this could be answered either by Professor Pujiono or Professor Glaser. The first question is how the economic system changes the role of law and politics. And the second question is which one that should be more dominant between law and politics in regulating the economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. Who would like to answer the questions first? Professor Pujiono, maybe, or
Professor Glaser.
Or Professor Glaser, would you like to answer the questions?
Yeah, thank you. I will try. Maybe, can I make a comment on the last question too?
Yes, sure. Yes.
Because I think that's a very important point. Talking about the happiness and the question, where is the happiness residing, and the thesis that it might reside in the law. That has a lot to do with what I talked about too. The question is, do we have an input or an output legitimacy in our systems? The question is very much, is a state legitimate because it is providing everything to make people happy, or is a state legitimate because it is principally based on certain values? If we are basing our society on certain values, we don't need to be happy necessarily. We are good because we do what we do. We do what we do because we acknowledge it is important, and that already gives legitimacy to the system. If we look at the output, at the performance, then everything is okay as long as people are not hungry, as long as people have a work and so on. And I think that is directly leading back to the question where we put human rights. If human rights are defining our identity, we will not ask if they make us happy. We will provide them because it's us, it's our society. If we look at the output, we will have a relative understanding of rights, and we might also prefer a society in which we have no rights at all, as long as we are not hungry. China is a very good example. People in China might be very happy because they have a great economic growth and so on, but this is an output legitimacy versus an input legitimacy. And the idea of happiness in the law is exactly the contrary. It's an input legitimacy. We are happy because our law is based on values and it's based on principles we acknowledge. And I think this is a very important point. And the risk with happiness is we are sometimes in situations, especially in this Corona time, where we have to sacrifice things and where we can't be happy. And then the question is, what is the identity of our society if we are under stress, if we are forced to sacrifice, self-sacrifice, or sacrifice others? And this is a question no society can escape. And a society in which we don't have principles as an input legitimacy, in which we don't have an identity based on rights, maybe we are sacrificed for the sake of the others if the situation requests that. So this is just a remark on this. And on the other question, how does the economic development affect rights and digitalization affect this? I think that was the question, the link between digitalization and economic development and rights, correct?
And I think there should be, the question is like, which one that should be more dominant between law and politics in regulating the economy during the COVID pandemic 19?
There exactly we have that question. We have the question, do we sacrifice parts of the population, the interests of part of the population? Very good example is the decision to support the big companies. When we say we support the big companies in our society, we will make our national economy strong, but we might live with sacrifice of all the small and medium enterprises, and we will not focus on them, because in the end, it is better for us to have a strong economy, and the strong economy we have if we support the strong and the big corporations. So this is reflecting the same question of sacrifice and priorities. And we can see we can't escape that. And the answer of the question is really, where do we put our values in? If we have values like equality, if we have values like social dignity, then it is more difficult to simply make a trade-off between the big and the small, and a trade-off between economical success and social justice. And I think every society has to decide that. I personally would prefer a society in which we start with values, in which we start with the idea of equality, of social justice, and in which we not only see at the economical rationale. But I think that that is a question every society and everyone has to debate, and there is no right answer for that. But the point is, we can see how important it is to start from the principles.
Thank you very much, Professor Glaser. Professor Pujiono, maybe would you like to add to that?
Yeah. Okay. Actually, Professor Glaser have a good answer, but I will make it be clear that the law can be strong because it's supported by the power of structure. The law becomes weak if it is not supported by the authorities who have to respect the law. And today, we see the law tend to be an instrument of power and a tool of capitalize on economics interests. When the pandemic focuses in government actually well enough, improvement in economics and health recovery. But the government forgot the importance of continuing to respect and use the law as a guidance. As a result of handling of the pandemic, and economic improvement did not meet like a broad roads. The number of infected patients increases, and today we are faced with threats of recession. Economic growth minus 4%. There is the term that we can hold a wet yarn when we hold it, but we cannot hold up an iron rods if we let it stand alone. Just like that, Pak Hasan. Thank you, Bu Erna.
Thank you, Professor Pujiono. I would like to move now to two questions addressed to Dr. Teknan. Dr. Teknan, are you still with us? Dr. Teknan, hello. Hello. Okay, if he maybe are not with us anymore, we could maybe come back to the questions that addressed back to Dr. Muhammad Haseb from Meriames Pakpahan. He or she mentioned that he or she fully agree that such beings should be used to measure life quality as government performance delivered. So I think that happiness should be stated in the constitution or legislation. Could you elaborate it and give best practice which countries that do that kind, and how about Malaysia best practices? Could you please respond to that question, Dr. Hasib?
Yeah, sure. That's good question. So what is called? There are many countries who are doing parallelly. Okay. For example, Finland, Denmark, Netherlands, Norway, New Zealand. So these are the countries who are doing best practice. Actually, again, happiness is a subjective question, okay? But however, we should have some measures, okay? Some people can be disagree with our variables which we have drawn, okay? So what is called? Some people, for example, they can be happy, for example, if they just riding a bicycle, okay, and some people may be happy to having a BMW and all these a nice car, okay. So actually the happiness, of course, this is a subjective question, okay. But as far as we have to conduct some research and we have to have some measurable objects. So what is called, yes, governments are doing best practices. In Malaysia also they have include what is called well-being in their cluster. They have a separate cluster under the what is called sustainable goals, okay. And they are make suring that people are not at stress in their workplace, okay. So how the people, first I have discussed a lot in my presentation, that how people are coming in the stress. These are different types of stress. They can be a financial stress, okay. It can be a physical stress, okay. So financial stress, how you can be avoid from the government perspective. So how the government can contribute that their people will not be under financial stress, so they can take care their health benefits, financial benefits, okay. They can provide them a good source of what is called retirements, okay, dividends, okay. So these are the policies that coming from the government, and it can be and it should be the part of the law. And it is actually the part, indirectly it is already the part of laws, okay, that the governments have need to be take care their people, okay. So ultimately they will be happy, and their work performance will be very good. As I have given you the examples from Canada, US and Australia, that the work stress, okay, it is affecting the work performance, okay. And due to the stress they are losing, like Canada is losing 50 billions in a year, okay, because of the stress, okay. So once you are stressed, you are your performance is affecting, okay. So at the end it's also affecting your GDP, okay. So it is also already actually the part of laws in different countries, okay. And indirectly, but now governments are focusing more on as I given you the example of David Cameron of UK ex-president, prime minister, okay, who are saying that now we have to think more about the well-being and happiness, and we have to come out from the the cage of GDP. Okay, so previously, if you look back the research papers 15 years or 10 years ago, so they always use the indicator GDP per capita, GDP, PPPs, okay, always use these indicators as the standard of living and know the level of a country, okay. So now the things are changing. People are thinking about the well-beings, okay. And coming back to the actual life, we have to have sustainable life. So that is why under the UN goals, this is what the third goal. Okay, well-being is the third goal of UN Sustainable Development Goals. I hope this is answer.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Hasib.
Yeah.
I would like to move back again to Professor Pujiono. There were two questions from Rana Dani Irma Tripalupi from Zoom, because we are now also live via Zoom, via YouTube, sorry. So there are also some questions from YouTube viewers. Both questions addressed to Professor Pujiono. The first one is how, this is in Indonesia, I'm trying to translate that. How law can be implemented or can be adopted for the users and for the actor of the fintech in order to protect both of them. And then the questions from Noni Sapira. She is from the Natuna Provincial Government Riau. She would like to ask on how to maximize the use of the technology in the era of globalizations, either in the field of political, economic, or social, because technology continues to expand and modern, as well as any use of technology. There must be a positive impact and negative impact of the use of technology. Could you please explain that? Professor Pucciono, would you like to answer to those two questions?
Okay, Bu. I mean, for the first question, for example, for the relation between customer and bank, maybe, customer and bank, or about in break of contracts, one prestation that I haven't mentioned before. How to protection about the actors or the consumers. We know that the cause of the break of contract on a prestasi in e-commerce divide into false regulation, platform, enforcement, and parties. Okay, can you hear me? Good.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Okay, the weakness of regulation that become an instrument in online sale and purchase agreement in regulating sanction against seller was followed by the week of law enforcement to the limited facilities and infrastructure of the legal apparatus as one of this is the factor that led to defaults by seller. Well, from the parties, potential buyers maybe still choose to use Instagram, social media, or the others, and then the marketplace as a place to trade. This is the weakness. So how to protect about the seller or the producer maybe. The first that we should make the umbrella law that I said before. Protection data is important. The second, between the parties, both of parties have to have like a goodwill. This is important because the relation in private law depend on a goodwill. The relation in private law depend on consensualism between both of parties. So this is the more important beside our strict regulation or our strict law enforcement, goodwill of parties. This is the first question. The second question about what's Puerna? Can you repeat it? Hello, Puerna? Hello, maybe.
Yes. Sorry, I was in mute.
Okay.
The second question is from Noni Sapira, and she asked on how to maximize the use of technology in the era of globalization in either in the field of political, economic, or social, because technology continue to expand and modern as well as any use of technology. There must be a positive and negative impact on this. Could you please explain on that?
Okay. We clearly know that technology have double impact, positive and negative. But how to maximize law to face these impacts? There is one theory that Talcott Parsons says about the efficiency, about Talcott Parsons said about the perspective law, the law, the economic analysis of law. The economic analysis of law. In economic analysis of law have to become efficient. I mean that there is no barrier in law to adopt to what is the meaning of to adopt and to reach technology dynamization that's move faster and faster. So this is the important. The law have to become simplicity. Love have to become simple. Love have to become faster to make a good response. That's all, Bu Erna.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Pujiono. I see that Dr. Tegnan is online now. Dr. Tegnan, are you with us?
Okay, I'm right here. Sorry, my computer just dropped and I had to restart it.
No worries. Yes, we would like to ask you some questions that sent by the participants. There were two questions for you. The first one is from Ayu Lininda from Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Hukum Awanglong, Samarinda, Kalimantan Timur. She asked about corruption related to your presentation. How about your perspective of corruption during pandemic COVID-19? And the second question is from Sapriani Mursal. The question is, what is the particularly indicators of corruption in the water sector? Today, Indonesia have been used online application for all activities in the fisheries. Thank you. Can you understand the questions?
Didn't get the last question. Can you just repeat the last question from Safriani?
Yes, the question is, what is the indicators of corruption in the water sector? She tried to relate the questions with regard to the online application for the activities in the fisheries. Does that make sense?
Well, but, so if I get it correctly, she wants to see the indicator for the corruptions in water.
Yes, in the water sector.
Well, but to me, this is not really, if I can speak directly, answer directly, am I allowed to answer directly?
Yes, sure, yes.
I don't know if I get it correctly, what she means by indicator and in terms of corruption. I explained in my presentation that large corporations are using their resources. Usually they have abundant resources to diverse water irrigation to their own businesses, which deprives the agricultural community of their right to make use of the available water. So if you want to see the indicator here, you just have to find out how much effort the government is putting in to create those facilities for the agricultural community. So my response to a question would be, if there ever was an indicator for the corruptions here, you can see how the water irrigation the permits for water irrigation is allocated to these companies. So you can figure out if there was a corruption or not. So the way licenses are provided, that can be also because usually these licenses, they have norms and also criteria that companies should abide by. And if you want to see if there was a corruption, you just have to find out. So on the field, you cannot see like this water has been diverted, but you can just see the norms, the regulations, and also the policies in the contracts. So going through the contract, the papers can help you see if there was corruptions down the line. And I don't know if this answer your question. Because corruption is pervasive. It's difficult to track. So through documentation, you can find out whether or not there was corruption. I'm not sure if I answered the questions the way she wanted it.
Yeah,
but for the research that I've conducted, that's what I pointed out. Documentations. We can see if there was a compliance or not. And I really want to appreciate if you can repeat the first questions from Miss Ayu, please.
Yes, the first question was, how is your perspective of corruption during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, that's a very good question. As it was pointed out by Professor Henning Glaser, COVID-19 has brought a lot of unusual practices. And one of these practices will be the practice of corruptions. You can see how funds are allocated to those in needs. You can also see government using its power to also crack on civil liberty, on right also. And if I can lead my research with the presentation of Dr. Glaser, I can see here that the rights here are the rights of the community to natural resources, such as forestry, mining, and also the air quality. So my experience here is also we can see the impact of COVID-19 on on not just our life, but also on the environment. Policies being used to deprive the people more and more of their basic rights to environmental livelihood. So in my case here, my research, I focus much on how not just how COVID-19 impacts our health, but also how it impacts all these available resources like the ability to have access to water, to have access to forests, to also have access to all those natural resources. So I will also come back to what I said earlier from the documentation. You can see here the corruption it's happening a lot when the government puts out policies, and also when the government puts out regulations that are not followed by the companies in the names of dealing with COVID-19. So we can see here that it's not only impact our health, but also it's impact the environment we lived in. And this is what I think regarding to the question of Ms. Ayu. And so if you want to follow up with this question again, I'll be glad to answer. Shani?
Thank you very much, Dr. Teknan, for the questions. I'm now moved to Professor Glaser. There's a question for you with regard to your research. Could you elaborate based on your research in general situation, not only in COVID-19 case, which one that should be put first, human rights or nation rights? Professor Glaser, could you respond to that questions?
Yeah, I will try. Honestly, I'm not so sure what you mean with nation rights. Do you talk about national security or national law in terms of international human rights, or what is the direction?
I'm not sure that she mentioned it here.
Okay, I will try to provide
yes, maybe
an answer.
just,
I hope
yeah.
it matches the interest.
Maybe the nation security, I think, or the public interest. I don't know.
Okay, I think the question is even very good. If you look to the theory of human rights, first of all, human rights are different from national law. Basically, we have three different layers of norms everywhere. We have the norms of the small community, basically the family. It's a family law level. The law of the tribe, the law of the family, the law of the small group, the law of the network, patron-client relationships, brotherhoods, etc. Neighborhoods. That is the first level of law. It's local, it's particular, and it has its own logic. Then we have the second level, which is the level of the state or the national law. That level is always in conflict with the law of the family, and corruption basically is a clash of these two levels of law. Because the first and most important duty for the law of the family is to protect and prefer those who are close to us, and that clashes with national law. And the third level of law is the universalistic law, and there we have human rights, and that level of law is very much defined by the claim that we have rules and principles that apply not only to the particular community, not only to the state, but to humankind as such, to any human being as a human being. And these kind of laws are human rights, and they are very much informed by our religious understanding. If we believe in any universalistic religion like Christianity or Islam, we believe that this applies to everyone, irrespective of belonging to a certain state. So we indeed have that clash. And now we have the decision in some countries to incorporate this universalistic level of law into the national law. And then we always have a tension between the interests of the state to maintain the integrity of the state, especially in terms of security, and the universalistic values which are enshrined in human rights. So this is a permanent tension we have. And my point is that if our society, is based on a social contract and a constitutional identity where we say our national community defines itself with its adherence to rights, then that has to be more important than other parts of the law. So the question comes back to the decision, do we put universalistic norms, universalistic values like equality or certain understandings of liberty in our supreme national law, which is the Constitution, and if you really want to put it as defining the identity of our constitutional system. And that is a decision the constitutional community has to make. And if the constitutional community or the national community makes that decision, then it is worth to uphold it. And then I would say, in the case of a clash, it is to be considered that we are talking about the identity of the national system when we talk about upholding universalistic norms, whatever they are. So I think it is hopefully answering the question. It depends on the basic decision, and if we decide that we want to put them at top, then we have to do that consequently.
Yes, thank you very much for the brief answer. Next, there are also questions addressed to both Professor Glaser and Professor Pucciono. From Iwan Erar Yusuf, he mentioned that there are two economic activities. First activity is inside of Article 33 Indonesian Constitution, and the second is outside the Article 33. Pancasila is important for the economic activity as stated in the Article 33 of the Indonesian Constitution. Here he also put in the bracket of von Savigny theory, but for other economic activities, it is okay to adopt the foreign concept of law. Could you please respond to that questions, Professor Glaser first, or maybe Professor Pucciono first? I think
Okay,
this is about cooperasi and I don't know, maybe, yeah.
Okay, thank you. In Article 33 in our Constitution, there is the guidance of economics of Pancasila. But this again, I mentioned that there is no mention clearly about economic Pancasila, democratic economic. That's mentioned in 33 Article 33 in our Constitution. Why we always or oftenly choose theory from the West, or maybe economic theory from the West, because again that's economics capacity. I mean that our Pancasila as a ideology or a source of law, there is no guidance. There is no guidance that we should take or leave it. So the guidance is interest, economic interest, and the economic interest as a guidance. So this is the big capitation. If we mention about the big capitation, so this multinational corporate will be played this game. So if we place again in our role or our regulation or our law, many regulation in economics in our country driven by economics interest. This is why we oftenly choose economics theory, economic principle from the West, because this economic interest. First, secondly, we haven't clearly guidance. How about economic Pancasila? This is the problem. We said Pancasila as an ideology, Pancasila as the source of law, but without guidance. Without guidance. Again, I said again that without guidance. So yeah, Indonesia just played this game. Okay, Bu Erna.
Thank you very much, Pak Pujono. Professor Glasser, would you like to respond on that?
Yeah, maybe very briefly. I think social justice is part of Pancasila, and Pancasila. I would say, in my very modest understanding, it is somehow the manifestation of the social contract of Indonesia. It's vague, but it has to be vague. It is the strength of Pancasila, in my understanding, that it is vague, because Indonesia is a country which very diverse political streams, and they were always very diverse political streams. In the beginning, they were the nationalist and the Islamic groups when Indonesia was founded, and all the time there have been contending interpretations. So to have at all a social contract, I think means it has to be very broad, and it has to allow that different interpretations can be projected against this vague but still very important foundation. And a part of that is, I think, social justice, and I think the economy and the economic interest has to be measured against that. And if you look at the decisions of MK, there have been several decisions of Mahkamah Konstitusi in which economic decisions have been questioned in the name of social justice, the interest of the Indonesian people in obtaining certain services, electricity as an example, and water, I think. So I think it is important to link economic decisions to fundamental constitutional values, and to maintain that link. That's basically my take, with all modesty, because I'm not an expert for Indonesian constitutional law, but I would see it like that.
Thank you very much for your response. There is also a questions to Dr. Teknan, and I see that he is still here. Dr. Teknan? Hello? Dr. Teknan, are you still with us? Yes, great.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a questions addressed to you from Dewa Putu Christian. We know that Indonesia Parliament suspended the draft of job creation bill due to the opposition weaker worker protection months amid COVID-19 threat. In fact, the draft aims to join the ranks of advanced economies by 2045. The draft also improve the ease of doing business in Indonesia and attract investment. The problem is there was significant issues on bribery and corruption law in Indonesia. The parliament may approve the draft, but it must be noted Indonesia will face changes of corruption behavior. Based on your research in Indonesia and maybe with the comparative law in France, how to strengthen the corruption law to encourage ease of doing business in Indonesia? Is that clear, Dr. Teknan?
Yeah, it's clear enough.
Okay,
I read this question.
Okay,
the
that's great. Yes, thank you
chat
so much.
sections. And I was going to answer to this question when our computer dropped. I find this question very interesting. And I think the way to strengthen the fight against corruption, especially dealing with environmental protection, to increase business in Indonesia, to increase business opportunity, investment opportunities in Indonesia. First of all, I would like to speak of the first experience. I think the one major thing to do to attract or to make the investment environment attractive in Indonesia is to make public the criteria. So if I want to come to Indonesia and do business, I expect the government, the Indonesian government, to make the criteria, the rules, the policies, to make them available when needed. And one way to make these available is the IT online, create websites in every sectors of business, making them public. It can allow people to see in advance, to predict, to also to make arrangements, to be on the right side of the law. So to me, this is one major step to fight against corruptions, to attract more businesses in Indonesia, and also to point out the structures and procedures applicable to the awards of the contract. So you have to make these procedures very comprehensive and also clear to everyone, because sometimes I'll maybe bring this to my experience when I deal with immigration. Immigration, when you have to, because I'm a foreigner, I worked here, so I have to comply with the law. I have to have all the requirements, the documents. But one thing that I really criticize and I don't find very attractive is the change in regulations. Every now and then, it's always changing, and when it changes, there's no predictable steps that government provides to further. Like you don't see that coming. You just see when it's already happening. So the rules are always changing. I think this is not really good. It's not just good for a foreigner, but also it creates an environment whereby people can make use of these changing regulations to advance their own goals, their own interests. And it's not really good. So number one thing to do is to make public. What I mean make public is to announce, to create platforms whereby people can find the criteria, the rules, the regulations, and also the structures, the procedures. They have to be clear and comprehensible. This is maybe my answer to your questions, if I get your question correct.
Yes, thank you.
Roberta. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Teknan. There are also questions addressed to Dr. Hasib, Professor Glaser, and Professor Pucciono. So the question is from Pradina Kunia. The questions first is addressed to Dr. Hasib. Dr. Hasib, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm there. I'm here.
Yes, thank you. The question is related to your presentation that happiness affected someone's productivity. Then it will also affect the economy. Then according to you, what is the position of law in affecting people's happiness? Could you please respond to that?
Actually, I couldn't get what actually the questionnaire the person want to ask. Okay, effect. Okay, is affecting the economy. So
Yes.
what law? Maybe you can repeat it for more understanding.
Yes. Where is the position of law in affecting people's happiness?
Yeah, law actually, as I mentioned previously, that directly or indirectly, law is protecting the happiness of the people. Okay, it is a question that how strongly a law is implemented. Okay, so as I mentioned previously that for example the firms are operating in a country. Okay, so you have to follow, okay, the law is that you have to given them a proper health benefits, you have to providing them the incentives. Okay, your workers should not work more than 8 hours. Okay, so and you have to pay them according to the market rates. Okay, and you have to given them the insurance. So all these things are coming from the law side. Okay, so it is the question that how strongly what is called law is implemented. Okay, so most of the countries they do have the laws. It is not like they don't have clauses in the laws. Of course they do have clauses in the laws. Okay, so it is the matter of how strongly the law is implemented. Okay, how rule and regulations are implemented. So if you see the more developed countries, they are implementing more strongly, okay, compared to the developing countries. If you look at the law side, okay, so both developed and developing countries they do have the law. Okay, but it is a matter of implementations. Okay, so like in Malaysia they have included the clause. Okay, so what is called if I compare with the Pakistan, okay, actually from Pakistan, that's why I'm comparing. So what is called in Pakistan also we do have law, okay, about a minimum wage rate. This is very actually the common laws. Okay, minimum wage rate, working hours, okay, and health benefits, insurance. Okay, so all these things. But this is a matter how strongly what is called firms and companies, okay, they are following. Okay, so if you look at the developed countries or higher developing countries, okay, for example in Malaysia is quite strict, okay, to follow properly what is called rule and regulations about the government have given. Okay, so higher you go for implementation, higher you will get the happiness.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, welcome.
There's one more questions from also Pradina to Professor Pucciono. Maybe Professor Glaser later on could also react to that. The question is, what should the government and the House of the Representative do to make the Indonesia's people happier so we can increase our productivity, especially in this pandemic COVID-19? Maybe both of you could relate that to the technology, because now we are supposed to work from home, and then whether this could also something that the government can do to improve our productivity so that we can also be more happier. Maybe Professor Pucciono first.
Okay. Actually, in the welfare state, the law must protect all of Indonesian people, and that is also what is mentioned in the preamble of 1945 our constitution as one of the goals of the state. If our interests are protected, it means that the basic interests are fulfilled by the state, other rights are also fulfilled. We will be happy. In other side, if there is a conflict of rights between citizens, then there are the way to dispute of the conflicts. There are dispute resolution mechanism that can guarantee of justice. So if we can find justice, we can be happy. But the problem is in every process, there are some like we do not believe whether the law is made right in the interest of justice for all citizens, or only for a small part of citizens. Whether when we dispute in courts on other mechanism and institution, can we find justice? Or we can find justice if we buy it. Because of this weakness that we can believe that we cannot find happiness. So how about this pandemic? Yeah, just like that I said that if the country, if the state, a government that guarantee about our needs, our our needed in pandemic, so we will get the happiness, because happiness is simple. If all of our interest is fulfilled, so we will be happiness. But in this case, we find some weakness of the government policy in handle this pandemic. So we can find the irony if school from home, we can find our student, one or two students that cannot access school from home because they or he have an handphone, he have an cellular. So this is the problem, and many problem that we can find in this country. And I think our governments, Pak Jokowi and our cabinet actually has worked hard for this, but we can find many weakness of this policy. Thank you, Bu.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. Pucciono. Professor Glaser, would you like to add on that?
Yeah, maybe a little bit only. I wouldn't dare to recommend DPR or the president anything, but very generally, I think for me, it's not so much about really happiness, it's about satisfaction. And satisfaction has something to do with right and wrong, has something to do with being respected and having the feeling of being taken serious. And I think that is something which has to be related, again, to the fundamental values. If the people have the feeling that they have a clearly defined position in the country, that they are respected as democratic subjects, entitled to certain rights, and if they have the feeling that their human dignity is taken serious by the political process, then they will already be satisfied and they will support a system, and they will also be able to accept if decisions are not always favoring them and their immediate interest. For sure, basic needs have to be fulfilled. That is also a consequence if we take human dignity serious. So basic needs in terms of education, in terms of nutrition, medical care, that is one thing. Another thing is to have a community in which people can express themselves in the way that they link to others, in the way that they have the dignity to inform themselves and to strive together for understanding. I think that is really the dignity of our age. We are developing into a time in which digitalization, in which the big processes of geopolitical dynamics are making the individual less and less powerful. And that is what people feel. People feel less and less empowered. And people feel less and less able to influence the course of events. And we will see an economic crisis globally, which will hit the people. So I think they will not be very happy. They will be hit by an economic crisis. And in this situation, stability depends on the feeling of the people that they are taken serious, that they can participate, that they at least have the dignity to inform themselves, and that what they have to say as researchers, as journalists, as individuals, is not simply shut down, is not simply put aside, but that there's a discourse, that arguments are taken serious, and that they freely have at least the ability to receive and express their opinion and arguments. That is my take on that, basically.
Yes, thank you very much again to Professor Glaser for the response. As the time is not allowed to ask for more questions, as for the final session, I would like to invite all the speakers to provide the final closing statement. With regard to the challenges that we're going to face or we currently face in the era of digitalizations, please try to relate that with your presentation. For example, like 1 minute for closing remarks. I would like to start with Dr. Hasib, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is quite a good conference that, first of all, I congratulate to all organizers and all participants and who are going to present their papers. So yeah, we have experienced the importance of digitalization during last 6 months since we are facing this COVID-19 and we are working from home. So we have saw the importance, although we cannot replace, this is my perspective, we cannot replace with the face-to-face learning and the face-to-face work, because this is, for me, this is not only the work. When you are meeting with the people, you are interacting with the people, so you learn how to behave with the people, how what is called, when you are touching with the people, you are shaking hands, you are hugging with the people, so you have a different kind of feelings. You are socialized, more socialized. So as far as, because we don't have this opportunity during this time, okay, so yeah, we can realize the importance of digitalizations and online learning, okay, and working from home. Okay, so thank you very much to be for invitation, and I wish good luck for presenters. Okay, and we are hoping to get a good presentations from the presenters. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hasib. Maybe in relating to Dr. Hasib closing statement, Professor Glaser would like to give the closing remarks with relate to the threat of technology.
I can only agree what Professor Hasib said. Digitalization, what I see is digitalization will isolate more.
Excuse me, Professor Glaser, your voice is a little bit gone.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's clear. No, it is clear.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, please continue.
Sorry for bad internet here. So I think I fully agree. We have in the digital time a greater degree of isolation. We are more alone. We are atomized. We are also experiencing our life more and more in the digital sphere, in which we are controllable, in which we know we are observed. That is changing our behavior. It is changing our internal freedom. And we have to counter that by going out, by reaching out and maintaining real social contacts, real interaction. And we have also to maintain in the digital sphere, which is inevitably growing, it's inevitably increasing its importance for our lives. We have to maintain there the highest degree of freedom and the highest degree of the dignity of informing ourselves freely and reaching out to others freely. I think that is really absolutely instrumental for future society in the digital age. Terima kasih. And very much enjoyed this conference.
Yes, terima kasih, Professor Glaser. I would like now to invite Dr. Teknan to give his closing remarks, please.
Thank you, Ms. Seri. So I want to thank everybody for being here today, despite the circumstances. Thank you for making the efforts. Particular thanks to the speakers who really provided some very, very useful and insightful comments and remarks concerning the issue we're dealing with today. In my maybe last take on this would be, it would be nice to talk about regulations, talk about respect for your rights, human rights, divine rights, and also to talk about happiness, democracy, and all these things, how to fight corruptions. But let's make no mistakes. In my opinion, what we need is education. Education is the key, in my opinion. To deal with corruption, you have to be educated first. Education can allow people to have informative decisions. It can allow people to be more aware. It can create awareness. Also, education also creates activeness of the people with regard to the fight against corruption in the protection of the environment. Education also makes us more humane, because with education, you learn more about your right, not only your right, but the right of other people. So you can more and more respect other people's right. So I put education in the center of everything. The government has to create good systems of education. And here, I would like to appreciate and also thank the government, the Indonesian government, for what it's doing for education in Indonesia. If I'm not mistaken, 40% of the GDP is allocated to education in Indonesia, which is a tremendous effort and achievement from the government. And also, last but not least, education it allows people and empowers people to be happy, to have well-being. So my last word would be to allow people to have access to more better education to make informative decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Teknant. I would like now invite Professor Pujiono for the final closing remarks.
Okay,
Please,
thank
Professor
you.
Pujiono.
Thank you, Bu Erna, and all of the participants. At this time, Pancasila face economic challenges in digital era that I think heavier than before, because of technological dynamization and add with the pandemic. So I think that we should make Pancasila be strong and confidence. Actually, currently being submitted to the DPR, Parliament, DPR, of the Pancasila Guardians Agency draft that Pancasila Guardians call PPIP. But the problem is that this institution is under the president. How can we imagine that Pancasila as a start of fundamental norms only then regulated in undang-undang law? Pancasila Guardian institution only regulated in the law, in undang-undang. Well, at the same time, the constitutional courts, Mahkamah Konstitusi, which is the guardian of the constitution, is actually mentioned in a higher level regulation, Constitution 1945. How can we imagine this condition? Actually, we face a gap, but we should be optimistic. Indonesia will be faced safely, and Indonesia will be win. Okay, Bu, thank you. Terima kasih.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Pujiono, for the final remarks. As the time now is around 23rd past 12, and it is now time to end this international conference. I would like to say thank you so much for all the questions from the participants and comments, as well as answer from the speakers. It has been a fruitful discussion today, and we were very grateful for all the enthusiasms of the participants towards the webinar. We all also understand now that digital society that we are all in today has definitely affected our life in all aspects, including in law and economic. Finally, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank everyone for the active participation and for all the speakers, and also to Faculty of Law for the event. And we do hope that the conference brings some insights on these specific and crucial fields. And as all the session has been conducted today, I would like to close this international conference. And the committee would like to see you again next year, hopefully face-to-face, not via Zoom, if the condition allowed us and the pandemic is over soon, so that we can meet in person, so that we can also feel happier to socialize with other people. And there is an announcement from the committee that the certificate will be sent via email of the participants 3 days, the minimum 3 days after the conference. And finally, I would like again to say thank you and have a great weekend and stay safe out there. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Prof. Henning. Thank you. Teklan, Prof. Asif.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Sama
Yeah,
Prof.
bye. Have a nice
Ayu.
week.
Thank you very
Goodbye.
much. Prof.
Bye-bye.
Henning, you wake up very, very early morning. Thank you very much.
Okay, next tomorrow.
Thank you, Bapak Ibu semua. Terima kasih.
Baik, Bu.
Matur nuwun.
Matur nuwun.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih.
Thank you very much.
Terima kasih.
Sampai jumpa.
Sampai jumpa lagi.
Ya, sampai jumpa lagi. Prof. Henning, thank you.
Ayu, matur suwun.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih.
Bu Erna. Apa kabar, Bu?
Oke, kita live. Assalamualaikum.